Check, 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 check. Hey, hey. 1, 2, 1.
Okay. Leave it on for a minute.
Colleagues, students, alumni, friends, and guests, it's wonderful to see you all here for this occasion. My name is Tommy Shelby, and I am the chair of the Department of African American Studies, and it's a tremendous honor, a great privilege to chair this illustrious department. I want to welcome you to the symposium celebrating 50 years of African and African American Studies at Harvard. And before offering my opening remarks, I'd like to invite the Reverend Eugene Rivers, a longtime, steadfast supporter of the department, to give a brief invocation.
I today truly thank God for this amazing celebration of an amazing institution with an amazing history. It is absolutely stunning what has been accomplished, and for Black people, celebrations of achievement were always informed in the course of struggle by prayer. And so I invite you to join me in a brief prayer in the tradition of Fannie Lou Hamer, Rosa Parks, Henry Highland Garnett, David Walker, who were freedom fighters who understood the indispensability of faith as a factor in resistance and struggle. Lord God, we thank you for the African and Afro-American Studies Department and this 50th year celebration. We thank you because it is an amazing story, and we thank you for the students. We thank you for the faculty. We thank you for the extraordinary administrators who played the inside game and facilitated the development of the most important center on the planet Earth for the study of people of African descent. God, we just praise you, we thank you, we enter your gates with thanksgiving and your courts with praise, praising you for how you've developed leadership, produced scholars, developed the thinking of students. And then, Lord, we thank you for the leadership, those men and women who were anointed and appointed to provide vision for the building of an institution. We thank you today, we praise you today, we honor you, and we thank all that have contributed to the development of this extraordinary institution. In God's holy name we pray, amen and amen. Y'all can say amen, don't be shy. Y'all can say amen. I know you're Black, don't be scared now. You can say amen.
Thank you so much, Reverend Rivers. So throughout the 20th century, there have been students, faculty across the country who've been calling for formal recognition and for institutional support for Black studies within higher education. This is a call that has rarely received a positive response, if it received a response at all. By all accounts, it was the world-shattering assassination of Martin Luther King Jr. that propelled this persistent call for Black studies into a mass movement. King was, of course, killed on April 4th, 1968. And just 5 days later, a service was held to honor him right here in Memorial Church. However, members of the Harvard-Radcliffe Association of African and Afro-American Studies, then known as AFRO, refused to participate. Instead, they held their own simultaneous service on the steps of Memorial Church. The next day, on April 10th, AFRO published an ad in the Harvard Crimson, demanding that the university establish an endowed chair for a Black professor, later changed to a demand for a chair in Black studies, offer more courses relevant to Blacks at Harvard, hire more Black faculty, and admit more Black students. Student activists soon formed a 10-member ad hoc committee of Black students to communicate and to refine the demands of the Black student community. In addition to the initial 4 demands, the ad hoc committee called for the creation of a Department of Afro-American Studies with the power to appoint and promote its own faculty and to set its own curriculum. It also called for the establishment of an African American Research Center. The dean of the Faculty of Arts and Sciences at the time, Franklin L. Ford, created a 9-member faculty committee on African and Afro-American studies. This committee included Martin L. Kilson Jr., a political scientist who specialized in African politics and was the first black faculty member to be awarded tenure at Harvard. Henry Rosofsky, then professor of economics, chaired the committee, and I'm happy to say is here with us today. The committee was charged with, quote, movement toward a possible field of undergraduate concentration, necessarily cutting across disciplinary lines, but held together by the centrality of concern for African and Afro-American subject matter. The ad hoc committee of black students nominated 2 members, Ernest Wilson III and Octavia Hudson, to serve as observers on the faculty-led committee. And Ms. Hudson is also here with us today. The faculty committee issued its report, the Rosofsky Report, as it came to be known, recommending establishing a standing faculty committee to develop and oversee a joint concentration in the field of Afro-American studies, establishing a committee on African studies to coordinate courses in African studies, building a cultural center for black students, founding a center for Afro-American studies, and dramatically increasing black enrollment in the graduate school. The Faculty of Arts and Sciences voted in favor of accepting the Rosofsky Report recommendations, and Dean Ford appointed a search committee, which included students, to identify candidates for faculty appointments in Afro-American studies. Now, as it turns out, all of the students' demands were ultimately met, and they continue to be satisfied and even greatly surpassed today. However, I think it's fair to say that the road, shall we say, has been stony. Some of these missteps, disappointments, crises, and setbacks, of course, will be discussed in today's roundtable and panels to come, so I won't detail them all now. But I'd like to mention, if you will, just a few pivotal moments in the evolution of the department. In the spring of 1969, the black students were deeply dissatisfied with their lack of a meaningful role in the hiring of black faculty, hiring of faculty generally, and the designing of curricula for the department. They also reaffirmed their desire for the new unit to enjoy departmental status, which didn't have at the time, and not mere interdepartmental or cultural, interdepartmental committee status. They insisted that it be a department, and they petitioned the dean, then again, Dean Franklin, for redress, and they received it. On April 22nd, 1969, the FAS faculty sided with the students and voted to establish Afro-American Studies as a department and to give the students a substantial role in appointing faculty for the new department, including, as it turns out, voting rights. In September 1969, the Standing Committee on Afro-American Studies issued a new report, which came to be known as the Musgrave Report, named after the committee's chair, the eminent economist Richard Musgrave. It announced 9 new faculty appointments, including the sociologist Orlando Patterson, here today, and also Ephraim Isaac, who's also here today. And this report announced the appointment of the first chair, who was Ewart Guinier, an influential labor organizer and lawyer, and also, of course, the father of Lonnie Guinier. Lonnie is, of course, a well-known legal scholar, political theorist, recently retired from Harvard Law School. She was also an original member of the ad hoc committee of black students, and so is, of course, one of our founders. Unfortunately, due to health reasons, she can't be with us today, but we owe her a great debt, including, and her family, of course. The Musgrave Report also proposed the establishment of an Institute for Afro-American Research to be named in honor of W.E.B. Du Bois. The first director of the Du Bois Institute was the amazing scholar of African-American religion and Christian ethics, Preston Williams, and he is also here today. Thank you, Preston. Now, for a brief period, the department enjoyed high course enrollments. It had many new concentrators. The curriculum expanded. The first class of concentrators, totaling 14 students, they graduated in 1972. Some faculty and students experienced this as an extremely exciting time for the department, full of possibility. Others, however, criticized the quality of the instruction. They felt academic standards of the department were too low. They believed that students were exerting too much influence on its direction, and they were anxious that the department was overly politicized and perhaps even separatist. Now, this attitude was, of course, not unique to Harvard. As Martha Biondi notes in her important history of the Black Studies movement, quote, "Black studies was seen by many as an academically suspect, anti-white, emotional intrusion into a landscape of rigor and reason." In October 1972, as the Black Power movement was losing some momentum, a committee to review the department issued a new report with the following recommendations. The department should prioritize Afro-American studies over African studies. Afro-American studies should be available to students only as a field of joint concentration, that is, to be studied always alongside a traditional discipline. Faculty in Afro-Am should be jointly appointed with another department. Community engagement should be subordinated to academic study and research. The right of students to vote on faculty appointments should be rescinded. The Du Bois Institute should not be directed and controlled by the department, but instead should be a university-wide institute. Subsequently, enrollments dropped. Many faculty in the department departed. The department was subject to sharp public criticism from outside and inside the university. And ultimately, Ewart Grenier, feeling a lack of support from the upper administration, resigned as chair in protest. And in 1976 was replaced by Eileen Southern, a specialist in African American music and the first Black woman tenured at Harvard. In May 1979, a visiting committee issued a report recommending that the department be abolished and replaced with an interdisciplinary committee structure. This new interfaculty committee would not have the power to grant tenure, nor would it have the power to choose its own curriculum. In response to the visiting committee report, Rosofsky, then dean of FAS, chose instead to put the department in what is sometimes called academic receivership, and to appoint a senior faculty committee to search for new faculty members. In April 1980, Nathan Irvin Huggins, a history professor at Columbia University, was appointed the new chair of the department, and also the director of the Du Bois Institute. Huggins had a highly developed and sophisticated vision for the field. This is detailed actually in his 1985 report to the Ford Foundation on the status of Afro-American studies as a field. And his appointment did stabilize the department in the 80s for a period of time, though its faculty did remain small during that period. And of course, tragically, Huggins died of pancreatic cancer in 1989. But once again, the department, although blessed with capable leadership from the distinguished literary scholars Werner Solers and Barbara Johnson, it was experiencing low enrollments and with few concentrators. Unfortunately, the few remaining junior faculty departed for positions at other universities, and Afro-Am was having great difficulty recruiting new faculty at the time, particularly Black scholars. And the administration seemed, at least to many at the time, to be unwilling to invest in the department. Once again, Harvard students stepped forward, occupying University Hall in protest. They aggressively communicated their deep concerns over the limited course offerings and the absence of Black faculty. In response, President Derek Bach and FAS Dean Rosofsky authorized several faculty searches, including a search for a new chair of the department. With the 1991 appointment of Henry Louis Gates Jr. as chair of the department and director of the Du Bois Institute, the department finally managed to secure its footing and, of course, to grow. Now, it's no exaggeration, I think, to say that Gates played a unique and unparalleled role in building and sustaining African and African-American studies as a field. And because of the work he's done at Harvard and in the wider public, I believe Black studies programs around the country have benefited enormously. With strong support from Harvard's president, Neil Rudenstein, also here today, the first thing that Gates did was recruit distinguished senior scholars in the field. Adding to his own star power, he hired Kwame Anthony Appiah, William Julius Wilson, Evelyn Brooks Higginbotham, and Cornel West, internationally recognized scholars. And this brought immediate legitimacy to the effort and great excitement on campus. By creating a critical mass of top scholars, the department was able to attract others to join its faculty and thereby to strengthen the depth and the breadth of its curriculum. Using his incredible marketing skills, his unmatched social capital, Skip, as his friends and colleagues call him, also brought great visibility to the department in the 90s, branding it the Dream Team and garnering frequent, positive, even celebratory coverage in the New York Times, including a 1996 multi-page feature article, "Can Harvard's Powerhouse Alter the Course of Black Studies?" Through documentary films, massive encyclopedia and multimedia projects, and countless books, Skip has brought African and African American studies outside the academy to a wider public audience. And of course, as we all know, he hasn't let up. In addition to academic legitimacy and broad visibility, Skip brought resources. He helped raise millions of dollars for the department and for the Du Bois Institute, which through his persistent efforts was ultimately expanded into the Hutchins Center for African and African American Research, with some, as we confirmed, some 23,000 square feet of space in the heart of Harvard Square. There's, of course, much more I could say about Skip's role in developing Black studies, but in the interest of time, I'm simply going to emphasize one last thing, and I think it's important. I think there's no question, and no one would question for a second, Skip's commitment to Black people's welfare and freedom. But I think it's also fair to say no one's going to describe the man as a Black radical, nor as a Black nationalist, so sometimes he likes to claim the label. When it comes to politics, I think it's probably fair to say that we don't always agree. But one of the things I actually admire most about Skip is his consistent insistence on both academic freedom and on a non-ideological approach to Black studies. He's a vocal advocate for rigorous, independent thought, freedom of expression, and open debate in the field. The faculty in the department are certainly not apolitical. We are obviously actively anti-racist and don't tolerate discrimination in any form. But it is not a requirement for admission or appointment in the department that one hold a particular political philosophy. And this ethos remains strong, and I will do whatever I can to ensure that it endures. I joined the department in 2000, and in these 2 decades, the department has grown to more than 41 regular faculty members and another 5 faculty affiliates. We also have 4 faculty who are emeriti, including William Julius Wilson and Werner Solers from the Dream Team era, as they call it. Although a joint appointment in a traditional discipline is no longer a requirement, many of our faculty are in fact jointly appointed across the university, from art history, English, and philosophy to anthropology, sociology, and psychology. Our regular faculty have chaired or are currently chairing other departments, including the Department of History, Music, Government, History of Science, American Studies, Women, Gender, and Sexuality, and the Department of Social and Behavioral Sciences at the School of Public Health. Our members have directed major centers on campus, including the Weatherhead Center for International Affairs and the Warren Center for Studies in American History. The wide-ranging linguist Marcelina Morgan founded and directs the Hip Hop Archive and Research Institute. The renowned historian of science, Evelyn Hammonds, has served as dean of the college. My predecessor, the great sociologist Larry Bobo, is now dean of the social science division. And another of our own, the distinguished political scientist Claudine Gay, is now the dean of the Faculty of Arts and Sciences, the first African American and the first woman to serve in this powerful role. In these ways and others, AAAS faculty are integrated into the wider university and have made the academic study of Black folk a key part of this venerable institution's mission. The department traces its lineage to the work of the towering scholar, writer, and activist W.E.B. Du Bois. Du Bois is, of course, one of Harvard's most distinguished alumni, earning a bachelor's degree in 1890 with a concentration in philosophy, my own field. In 1895, he was the first American of African descent to earn a Harvard PhD. His doctoral dissertation in the field of history was published in 1896 as The Suppression of the African Slave Trade to the United States of America, 1638 to 1870. Although Du Bois is best known for his writings on the history, art, social life, and politics of African Americans, with such classics as The Souls of Black Folk and Black Reconstruction in America, he also wrote several books on Africa and its broader diaspora, including The Negro and The World in Africa. Now, I highlight this to emphasize that the department, in the spirit of Du Bois, regards its scope of research and instruction to be enormously broad and capacious, taking in all of the Black world and much besides. This mission is also in keeping with the initial demands of student activists in 68 and 69. Theirs was a Pan-African and transnational vision which we share. In 2003, we reworked our curriculum to include two focus areas, Africa and the Americas. We changed our name from Afro-American Studies to African and African American Studies. And we proceeded to make several faculty appointments to strengthen our curricular offerings in African studies. We renewed our commitment to the study of African languages, hiring the resourceful and energetic John Mugane to direct our newly established African languages program. This academic year, we've had more than 500 students enrolled in courses in the program, offering 18 languages, including not only Zulu, Yoruba, and Swahili, but also Jamaican Patois, and Gullah, and Haitian Creole. The Center for African Studies, previously the Committee on African Studies, was established in 2014 and is currently directed by the distinguished historian Emmanuel Champong, who, working with other colleagues in African Studies and with donors, recently launched an office in Johannesburg, South Africa. Most recently, the department has added a third focus, Afro-Latin American Studies. This emerging field studies people of African ancestry in Latin America, with a view toward gaining a deeper understanding of the history, the culture, and the politics of that region. It also investigates Black identities in Latin America and how such identities and the politics of the region are shaped by race-based stratification and the legacy of slavery. Because of the Afro-Latin American Research Institute at the Hutchins Center, directed by Alejandro de la Fuente, Harvard is now a leader in the field, and we hope to grow this area in the very near future. In 2001, we admitted our first class of PhD students. Our first students graduated in 2008, and all three, and several more besides, have now earned tenure. We have placed graduates in tenure-track faculty positions at such institutions as Yale, Boston College, at Princeton, Haverford, Wellesley, Boston University, Columbia, UT Austin, UCLA, Brown, and UC Riverside. So let me close with a brief word about our undergraduate students. It is, of course, a tremendous honor and profound pleasure to teach the students of Harvard College. These young people are extraordinarily bright and multi-talented, and they bring great passion and curiosity to the study of Black life. Yes, there's definitely a special place in our hearts for those who choose to concentrate in our field, this field that we love, but we aim to reach and teach as many students as Harvard admits, even if only for one course. It was, of course, the militant dissent, the zeal, and commitment of Harvard undergraduates that, in the wake of King's death, won us a department to begin with, and later sustained it in moments of crisis. And I think we should never forget that. My colleagues and I are grateful to those who pioneered this effort, and we sincerely hope that they are proud of what we've done with their legacy. Another product of late 60s activism that we cherish at Harvard is an undergraduate organization devoted to celebrating spirituality and Black creative genius. Kumba, which means creativity in Swahili, is celebrating its own 50th anniversary this year. Founded by Dennis Wiley and Fred Lucas, members of the first Harvard class to graduate from our department, Kumba is, and has always been, much more than a choir. It's community with its own rich history, rooted in the traditions of Africa and its complex and always changing diaspora. And so what better way to kick off the events of this weekend than to be moved by the sights and sounds of the Kumba Singers of Harvard College. Please welcome Kumba.
Good afternoon. We would, of course, like to start with the singing and lift every voice and sing, so if you can stand if you're able, we appreciate it. inception, Kumba has sung a wide variety of styles of music. When we talk about representing the African diaspora, that means so much, so rich and so vast. But one thing that has been important to Kumba from the beginning, Kumba was very adamant about its support of the anti-apartheid movement. And so one song Kumba's been singing almost since its inception is a song that has now been incorporated into South African national anthem, but originally was just a song of resistance called Kosikeleli Africa. So the next two songs we're going to do are coming out of that anti-apartheid movement, and we thought we'd end with a song coming out of the spiritual/civil rights tradition. So we thank you very much for sharing your time.
Asimbo na Good afternoon. I'm Claudine Gay, the Edgerly Family Dean of the Faculty of Arts and Sciences, and a proud member of the Department of African and African American Studies. And even though I have the unenviable task of following the Kumba Singers, thank you, Tommy, it really is a tremendous privilege to welcome you all to this celebration of 50 years of African and African American Studies at Harvard. And there is so much to celebrate, as we'll hear over the next 2 days. Through its profound commitment to the multidisciplinary study of the global African diaspora in all its richness and complexity and even contradictions, the Department of African and African American Studies has become an unequaled leader in its field, to the enormous benefit of the Harvard community and the wider world. And from where we stand today, it's unthinkable to imagine our campus without the dynamic scholarship and the teaching and the creativity and just the formidable intellectual community that is AAAS. But we also know that it wasn't always the case. And since stepping into the role of dean, I've had, as many of you know, many opportunities to reflect on the history of African and African American Studies at Harvard and how that history informs our present and also allows us to imagine what might be possible in the future. So the history of AAAS speaks directly to Harvard's own history, and in particular to the transformations of our student body over time. It's no coincidence that we're celebrating 50 years of African and African American Studies and not 75 or 100 years, because it took a different generation of learners walking through Johnston Gate to actually make it possible for this hugely significant project to emerge and to thrive. A student population that included new voices and new perspectives and lived experiences is what galvanized the meaningful changes in our teaching and our research that we're able to celebrate today. So I derive deep inspiration and instruction from the history of AAAS and all that's at stake in continuing to evolve our academic program and widen the aperture for discovery. The founding of AAAS was a watershed moment in what, frankly, remains an ongoing project of building a truly inclusive scholarly community, where the intellectual life of the institution, including our curriculum, affirms the relevance, significance, and worth of diverse cultural backgrounds and histories. And the progress we've made on this front, and there has been progress, it reflects the indelible legacy of the department. And the fact that we're here to celebrate its 50th year is, for me, motivation for the unfinished business that remains, and for all there is still to do to ensure that our students have access to the knowledge and understanding that actually prepares them for leadership in a diverse society. Now, speaking more personally, when I first arrived at Harvard as a faculty member in the government department, I was immediately welcomed by colleagues in AAAS who reached out to me for coffee and conversation, colleagues who shared their time and their ideas with me, who connected me to their students and allowed me to do the same if we thought they might benefit from a course or advising that was informed by a different approach and perspective. And the community I found in AAAS was both intellectually generative and personally affirming. So after I was here a couple of years and Evelyn Higginbotham invited me to lunch and asked if I'd like to formally join the department, I didn't hesitate. And it's been one of the most rewarding parts of my own Harvard story. And what's even more remarkable, and to my mind truly special about AAAS, is that the experience I just described isn't actually unique to me at all. AAAS is the kind of place where, I think about sort of the caravans all meeting, both intellectually, socially, culturally, where openness and generosity are just woven so deeply into the fabric of the department, and where one always finds an enthusiastic embrace of new ideas, new approaches, and new people. So AAAS is both a home and a crossroads, and I'm profoundly grateful for all it's contributed to my life and scholarship personally, and even more for what it brings to the intellectual life of Harvard and beyond. So again, there is much to celebrate over the next 2 days. Now I'd like to turn things over to a man who needs no introduction, although he just got a hint of an introduction from Tommy. A groundbreaking scholar of African American studies, a beloved member of the Harvard community, and also my good friend. So please join me in welcoming to the podium Skip Gates.
Thank you, Dean Gay. Give it up for Claudine Gay, ladies and gentlemen. And please, give it up to Tommy Shelby, not only for his great leadership, but that remarkable history of the evolution of African and African American studies over the last 50 years. I'm going to speak about one person. We have to give credit where credit's due, and my privilege today is to give this person credit. But before I do, I just want you to, Tommy mentioned the fact that two of our predecessors, the original predecessors, were here with us, Orlando Patterson and Ephraim Isaac. Orlando Patterson, of course, is one of the greatest sociologists of the 20th and now the 21st century, and Ephraim Isaac introduced the idea of teaching African languages within a department of African American studies. And now, under the leadership of John Mugani, we have the largest African language program in the world, larger than SOAS, which was what my goal was. I went to Cambridge, so SOAS was always like a monkey on our back, right? And I said, we got to beat them. I want Orlando and Ephraim Isaac to stand up. Please give it up. Please give it up to the pioneers. Much has been made, many kind things about the transformation of the department that was wrought in 1991 and throughout the 90s. The recruitment of Kwame Anthony Appiah, Evelyn Brooks Higginbotham. Evelyn can't be here. She has a flu. It's horrible. I hope she's watching. Somebody call Evelyn home, show her how to get her computer on and how to watch this. And Evelyn, I hope you're watching. I'm cracking on you because I love you so much. William Joyce Wilson, Cornell West, and then, of course, Larry Bobo and Marcy Morgan and the rest of our great community. I always envied. I started at Yale in 1969 when Afro-American Studies started at Yale and at Harvard. I didn't major in Afro-American Studies. I majored in history, but I took a Black Studies course every semester, and I was just drawn to the field, to African and African-American Studies, and I took a year off on a Yale program called 5-year BA and spent a year in Africa, in Tanzania, working in the bush and learned Swahili. My vocabulary, Claudine, is inordinately populated with words like wehele, which means breathe deeply, because I was working at a mission hospital. and then I came back, and I envied the pioneers in African and African American Studies. And then as fate would have it, in 1991, I got an opportunity to come and basically start over. There was one person here who warmly welcomed us, and that was the great scholar Werner Solers. We had 6 unfilled FTEs. I could do math. 2 times 6 is 12 if we had joint appointments. And we were off. But it wasn't because of anything unique about me. It was because of the support of 2 people in this room for what Anthony and I dreamed about doing. And without their support, we wouldn't be here. And those 2 people, or the person who hired me, was the dean in his last year, Henry Bosofsky. And my appointment was announced on February 1st, 1991, and shortly after that, Derek Bach's successor was announced, and that was Neil Rudenstein. Neil Rudenstein invited me to the Mellon Foundation, where he was vice president. And he said, I'm inviting you here because I believe in the centrality of Afro-American studies to a liberal arts education. And he handed me a legal pad. And he said, I want you just to fantasize. How could we go about recruiting the best people, in your opinion, in the field? And I looked at him. He said, make a list of the people if you could hire. If you could hire anybody you want, make a list of who you would hire. I wrote out a list of names. I still have that legal pad. And almost all of the people on that legal pad are in this room today. Without Henry Bosofsky teaching me every week, he flew me up from Duke, where I was miserable. He flew me up from Duke every 2 weeks before my appointment started and gave me tutorials about the sociology and the culture of Harvard University, about how to be a good chair. I had never been a chair before. I used to ask him, this is my goal, how do I achieve that goal? He would set up lunches for me, dinners for me, just to, so as Peter Gomes put it, and we're all, of course, in the house of Peter Gomes, and his spirit is very much with us. Peter Gomes said, by Bosofsky bringing you to Harvard every 2 weeks before your appointment started, you were able to tell your own story before it was told about you. And Cornell, I never forgot that. It let people get to know me, like to share the vision, instead of the press creating an image of me, which I then had to live down. So without Henry Bosofsky and without Neil Rudenstein, there would be no African American Studies department as we know it today. Ladies and gentlemen, I thank God for these 2 men every day of my life, and that's not an exaggeration. Please give it up for Henry Bosofsky and Neil. Please stand up. Henry, Neil. Thank you. Now I want to say a few words about Claudine's predecessor, Dean Mike Smith. I remember when Mike Smith was named the dean back in July 2007. By this time, I had finally stepped down as chair after 15 years. I was beginning to have a Mobutu complex, and my friend Cornell said, Mobutu been in office a long time, brother. And I took the hint. Evelyn said, if you step down, we'll have your portrait painted. I said, that's a pretty good deal. And then dear Evelyn took over, and Evelyn's a fabulous chair, and after Evelyn, Larry Bobo. They were greater chairs than I just planted the seeds. And now Tommy is at the helm, and as you can see, what a great leader Tommy is. And by this time, I was the director of the Hutchins Center. The Hutchins Center is comprised of 11 subunits, and one of which is the Du Bois Institute. The Hutchins Center is a building as well as a concept. And so I was the founding director of the Hutchins Center. And like any good center director at Harvard, I did as much preliminary research about this new guy, for those of you who don't know, he was writing the checks, so he was a good person to study. But somehow, despite the fact I'd been here since 1991, I had never met Mike Smith before. So I boned up in advance of our first meeting. Who was he? Where had he studied? What was his area of expertise? Most importantly for us, what was his take on diversity? You all know the drill. We call it Dean 101, right, Cornell? And I was heading for my first exam with this brother. A bit nervous because all I could find out was that he was an expert in electrical engineering, he was a distinguished computer scientist, and he was one of the country's leading specialists in high-performance computer architecture, about which I knew absolutely nothing. He was also a master of various computer languages. His interests, in other words, were not exactly my strong point. I also learned that he was eager for department chairs and center directors to offer voluntarily to make cuts in their budgets. And that was a language, ladies and gentlemen, that I didn't speak at all. But I did learn that he was an expert in something called dynamic optimization, and that was an interest we definitely shared. But I had a feeling that what he meant by dynamic optimization and what I meant by dynamic optimization might not exactly be the same thing. But what the hell, I thought, it was time to take the plunge. Now, I didn't realize the word plunge would be more relevant to this brother than I had imagined. Somehow, along the way in our first meeting, as we danced around each other, I asked him about his hobbies. And he told me that his favorite sport and favorite hobby was swimming, at which he had excelled as an undergraduate at Princeton, and that he swam religiously every day, in fact, every morning at 5 a.m. At 5 a.m., about the time I was turning over for my last 3 or 4 hours of sleep. Damn, I thought, this guy is a machine. That's where those broad shoulders come from, I thought. Maybe I could try that, I reflected to myself. Then I remembered it was 5 a.m. I said, no way. That's not going to happen. That is too early, and that water is too cold. So I reported on our first meeting to my friend, the chair of the department, Evelyn Brooks Higginbotham, and I told her that the one thing I knew about this dude was that he was a physical fitness nut and that he plunged into the icy cold water at the gym every morning before sunup to do laps for an hour. This guy is serious, I told Evelyn, and working with him is going to be hard work. Well, to make a long story short, that meeting was the beginning of what became, over the next 11 years, an unparalleled, extraordinarily productive, historic period in Harvard's long effort to recruit and promote faculty of color. The renowned educational leader and civil engineer, a man named James Kip Finch, who was the late dean of Columbia University's School of Engineering and Applied Science, famously said, and I quote, "The engineer has been and is a maker of history, not because he felt coerced to do this, but because he believed in doing this. Mike Smith believed that diversity with excellence was a value in itself, a hallmark of any great institution of higher learning that fancied itself a beacon of truth and light in a 21st century cosmopolitan world civilization, and a model of cultural diversity at its most sublime. By my count, Mike tenured, promoted, and hired during his all too brief 11-year tenure as the Dean of the Faculty of Arts and Sciences, 19 African American and Native American faculty into senior faculty positions. And those on that list appointed with voting rights in the Department of African and African American Studies include Lawrence Douglas Bobo, now the Dean of the Social Sciences, Marcelina Morgan, the Dean and the Queen of Hip Hop at Harvard, Vincent Brown, Glenda Carpio, Marla Frederick, Robert Reed Farr, Taya Miles, Jamaica Kincaid, Cornell West, and Teju Cole. Mike also had the honor of appointing Harvard's very first female university professor of color, the brilliant political theorist and the director of the Safra Center for Ethics, Danielle Allen. There were still more people of color whom Mike appointed at the junior level, 11 to be exact, including our own Brandon Terry, Elizabeth Hinton, Sarah Elizabeth Lewis, Jesse McCarthy, Braxton Shelley, and Ellis Monk. And most important of all, Mike had the good sense and the wise judgment to appoint the Wilbert A. Cowett Professor of Government and AAAS, Claudine Gay, as the Dean of the Social Sciences in the Faculty of Arts and Sciences. I suspect that Mike knew full well that Claudine one day would be a superb successor to him as the Edgerly Family Dean of the Faculty of Arts and Sciences. To circle back to what Columbia's Dean Finch wisely said way back in 1960, engineers do make history, but I'll add, in Mike's case, engineers also make culture, because it was Mike Smith's decision, and his alone, to create the Cooper Gallery of African and African American art. We are the only major department of African and African American studies with our own gallery for the collection and exhibition of African and African American art. Give it up for that brother for that decision. Mike, you made history at Harvard not by talking the talk of diversity and multiculturalism, but by walking the walk of diversity with excellence. And you did so in an unparalleled manner. Harvard forever will be indebted to you for this signal achievement, along with so many other noble things that you accomplished during your tenure as dean. And let me add a final word about all that swimming that Mike was doing at dawn, when sensible people are still holding on to the blissful last few hours of deep and restful sleep. One day, Mike called me and says that he has something important to share, something he'd like kept confidential for the time being. I said, sure, Mike. I held my breath. I always hold my breath when the dean calls. Mike said he'd fallen in love and he was going to get married. And he asked me, would I come to the wedding? She's lovely, he said, and her name is Christina. I was deeply touched, and I was delighted. I said, congratulations, my man. I'm so very happy for you. Then it occurred to me, Mike worked so hard. He was in his office 12, 14 hours a day, burning the proverbial candle on both ends. So I wanted to know when he had found the time to meet and court a brilliant, beautiful woman like Christina. So I asked him, Mike, how did you meet? Where did you meet? Oh, he said, that's easy. We met at the swimming pool. We met every morning at 5 a.m. I never missed a day. Seduction with goggles. That was a new one to me. Turned out that all my theories about Mike's devotion to health and physical fitness were total rubbish. You got to watch those engineers, ladies and gentlemen. Mike, thank you for being a great leader of our endlessly mischievous and endlessly talented faculty. Thank you for showing the country, indeed for showing the world, how to diversify the Academy's most talented faculty with equally stellar faculty of color. And thanks, finally and ultimately, for being my friend. For your years of support for diversity with excellence at Harvard. It is now my honor, on behalf of the faculty of the Department of African and African American Studies, along with my colleague, the chair, Tommy Shelby, to present to you Harvard's highest honor for achievement in African and African American Studies, the William Edward Burghardt Du Bois Medal. Please join me. now time for our first panel. Would you, the panelists, please join me on the stage?
Sure, absolutely. You good?
Okay.
It was easier 50 years ago. We have seats. All right.
Oops. Great. Now it is my pleasure to introduce the panelists for this Advocacy Institute, which promotes the academic and social development of children by providing guidance to educators, parents, and human service providers. He also holds a PhD in social psychology from Harvard University. Jeff Howard. Octavia Hudson, class of 1971, is the CEO of We All Media. She's worked to effect change in a variety of fields, including politics and public policy, media, human service organizations, philanthropy, and education. Welcome. Orlando Patterson is the Cowles Professor of Sociology at Harvard. He's the winner of the National Book Award for Nonfiction and holds the Order of Distinction Commander class from the government of his native Jamaica. Orlando Patterson. And finally, Henry Rusovsky. Henry is the Geyser University Professor Emeritus here at Harvard, where he served as Dean of the Faculty of Arts and Sciences between 1973 and 1984, and then again between 1990 and 1991, when the last two people he brought to Harvard were Kwame Anthony Appiah and me. Give it up for Henry Rusovsky.
Congratulations.
Great. So Jeff, take us back to April 1968, here on the Harvard campus in the aftermath of the assassination of Dr. King. How did the black students on campus respond, and what were the now famous 4 demands that they made of the university that spring?
Oh, you're not going to quiz me on the 4 demands, I hope. We were children of the civil rights movement. Not that most of us had been directly engaged, but we were beneficiaries. The civil rights movement opened the doors. Harvard responded to the civil rights movement, and I think particularly the March on Washington, by realizing that there was a population of us out there that needed to be part of the broader stream of American culture. So Harvard did a great job. We had all been good students in high school, and in the sort of wake of the civil rights movement, we all arrived here. Martin King was killed in 1968. Now, we were actively organized. We had the Association of African and Afro-American Students, which had been set up by previous classes. I believe it was started by an African student in the early 1960s and was already here when we arrived.
And what year did you come?
I came in 1965.
And how many black kids were in your class?
There were 40 in my class.
40.
There were 30 in the previous class. That was the class that was directly impacted by the March on Washington. So Harvard opened up and went from maybe 10 students, many of whom were African and not African American, to 30 African American students the year before I got here, 40 in my class, 50 in the next class, and we decided they were probably going to hold it at 50 because they held it for another couple of years at 50. We felt, just a quick moment about the context. We were from black communities. I was from a black community. A lot of us were not from elite communities. My father was a policeman. My mother was a homemaker. Probably Octavia has a similar story. A lot of us came from the people. And we had all been struck, I think, coming up about the paucity of our representation in American culture. Growing up in Chicago, you would see black folks in the newspaper, in the metro section, when they committed a crime. And that was about all. So a thrust, I think, that we felt after King's death, and probably it started before that, but it culminated after Martin Luther King's death, was for recognition. We wanted to be seen and recognized as an important part of American society. And the department seemed to be a vehicle for that. It didn't take much to get us organized around it. We all believed in it. And we encountered people like Dean Rosofsky, who, although he did not always agree with us, in a real sense mentored us in how to think about it and how to understand it. I had a mentor, a personal mentor, Adelaide Cromwell. Many of you might have known her.
Sure.
She was the head of African American Studies at Boston University for many years. She just passed away 6 months ago at age 99, but she mentored us. So I had Adelaide talking to me in one ear, meetings with Dean Rosofsky and Alan Heimert and other representatives of the university in the other, and we talked to each other, and we concluded that a department was what we really wanted, and that's what we negotiated for.
And what year did you graduate?
69.
In 69. The class at Yale, I went to Yale. The class that graduated in 66 had 6 black men. The class that entered with me in 69 had 96.
Wow.
So the same.
Same trajectory.
Yeah, the same. And Harvard and Yale were looking at each other and calling each other and saying, how many you gonna let in?
Yeah, I think they will.
And we're gonna do the same thing. Lee, now I understand that you ended up going to Dr. King's funeral. How did that come about? And how did you see the issue of the assassination and the cause of black studies linking up at that time? And please tell us when you came, what class you were in, and how many black kids were in your class?
I was in the class of 71, and there were, as near as we can figure, 43 black boys in the class of 71. The major advance was in Octavia's group. Women were admitted to Radcliffe separately then, and there were 13 or 15.
17, I believe.
There were 17 women at Radcliffe, 17 black women admitted, which was more than triple the number that had been admitted in the previous class. Radcliffe had been admitting 1 to 2 to 3 black women per class since the early 1900s. And suddenly it jumped in the late 1960s. So my class was, in some ways, we were the whole group from 67, I would say the class of 67 to the class of 71. We were, in a sense, the end of the beginning, in that we were not pioneers, but we came to a Harvard that had not really changed all that much since the early 1900s.
Yeah.
After King's assassination, Harvard, in terms of the black student population, would change enormously. I had, I think, an advantage over many other students in that I had grown up in Boston. I had gone to Boston Latin School. For those of you who know it, was a very, in my day, a very Harvard-centric school. If you were at all a good student, you were pushed to apply to Harvard. It was an all-boys school then. Boys who came from Boston Latin School were admitted to Harvard on par with, in terms of numbers, on par with Exeter and Andover. For those of you who know, Boston Latin School was founded 1 year before Harvard. And so we had all this history and tradition, even though the school itself, for all of the 20th century up until that time, was a school for boys from primarily the working class and the lower middle class.
So how'd you get in?
Well, they did admit a few black students. You have to remember, Boston's black population into the late 1960s was only 9% of the total population.
Let's wait 1 second.
Yeah. Boston's black population was only 9% of the total population. So this was a community of blacks and whites. The Asian American population was roughly 1 to 2%, overwhelmingly Chinese American. There were almost no Latinx people in Boston, literally. I grew up in a community, in a city, of course, that was Harvard-focused, even though it was a working-class city, beneath all the gloss of the high culture institutions, and deeply segregated, and yet peaceful, but beginning to rock because of the school desegregation agitation.
And Boston had a long tradition of what we used to call the free Negro community, the free black community. And if you take the Black History Trail, it's like seeing the slave narratives come to life, because many of the authors of slave narratives lived here. And of course, Phyllis Wheatley lived here, who was the first black poet in English in history.
And the small black community in Boston had its own traditions that went back to colonial times. And of course, Du Bois was an enormously significant force in the black community, aside from Harvard. His memory, and William Monroe Trotter had only died in the late 1930s, actually, and his sister carried on the tradition. So this history was very much alive in the city of Boston and in the black community, and it was a deeply Harvard tradition as well. How I got to King's funeral. When King was killed during vacation week at Harvard that year, when students got back on campus and the university was holding its memorial service here in Memorial Church, and AAAS was holding its memorial service out on the veranda, I was standing with 3 other black students, Ed Maddox, Sekou Karande, and Ben Willis. For some reason, we didn't join the group on the veranda. We were simply observing. And then one of us said, well, the funeral's tomorrow. Harvard ought to send a delegation. Okay, let's go talk to Fred. Fred being Fred Glimp, who was then Dean of Student...
Dean of the college.
Dean of the college. Fred had his office in University Hall. Fred was a charmer. He was this great-looking guy. He almost looked kind of Hollywood star quality. Knew a lot of students, was very approachable. So we turned and walked into University Hall, walked into his office, and asked his secretary if we could see Fred Glimp. And Fred shouted out through the door, "Send him in." We walked in and we said, you know, Harvard ought to send a delegation from Afro to the funeral tomorrow in Atlanta. It's only proper.
And we volunteer.
No. What happened was, Fred looked at us, then he punched the button on his intercom and said to his secretary, whose name I've forgotten, but said, could you get 4 airline round-trip tickets to Atlanta and reservations at the Portman Hotel in Atlanta for Lee Daniels, Ed Maddox, Sekou Karande, and Ben Willis.
That's a great story.
And we were dumbfounded because we had not thought it would be us, seriously. We thought it would be the leadership. And we started to explain to Fred that, and he cut us off and he said, no, the leadership is going to be busy here on campus. You guys are here now, and the funeral is tomorrow, and you've got to get to Atlanta, so you've got to go. And you've probably got about an hour and a half to catch the plane. So see my secretary on the way out and come back to get your tickets, and that's how we got there. Arriving...
And at least some members of the leadership never heard that story.
I bet the leadership was not amused.
If we had known, we might not have been amused.
Leadership was not that busy.
It was a chaotic time.
Claudine, you hear that? You just push a button, 4 tickets appear. Go to Atlanta.
So that's how we got there. The funeral in Atlanta was, we were on the street near the Morehouse College campus where the funeral was held. And it was the most crowded event I've ever been at, even though I've been at a lot of crowded events. There was the freneticism of that moment in Atlanta was extraordinary.
Octavia, how did the students translate the energy coming off these bigger issues in the wider society into finding a voice, particularly as a young African American woman, trying to find your voice in the Harvard community, but also within a black male-dominated community?
A very young
A very
woman.
Yes, indeed. And how were you treated by them, by the black guys on campus, when you were insisting on having a voice in the shaping of black studies too?
Well, I mean, to be truthful, I didn't really insist on having a voice. I think that in the history of talking about the department, sometimes it's lost how it evolved. And I don't think as many people recognize the part that Jeff played in making sure and insisting that it was a department. Now, I've heard both of them talk about, coming to Harvard, and it's just my nature that I've always felt comfortable anywhere I chose to be.
Great.
So I was not, in the sense, upset about whether or not I had good leadership. Jeff was a good leader, and it was, in many cases, it was his saying, well, Octavia, why don't you be one of the people on the committee? I don't want to take any credit that's not due me. But at the same time, what we did as talking about the women who came to Radcliffe, we were very more concerned about quality of life issues. And I can remember sitting with Lonnie Guinier and several others in President Bunting's office talking about the need for the Kumba singers. And that was one of the quality of life issues that we were interested in. And then there was an African dance class that we had that the guys loved because we were, scantily dressed, bouncing around. They liked that. But it was more those quality of life. And then when it got to the question of the department, I think it's really important to recognize how insistent and how systematic they were under Jeff's leadership of making sure that we were talking about having a department and the importance of having a legacy and something that lasted.
Yes.
And I did indeed just do what, I got on the committee because Jeff said so. But I did it because, I'm not, getting back to the question you asked, I'm not the type of person that if I didn't think he was a good leader, I would have done it. I wouldn't have done it.
We can tell.
But the point I think is important is that I was never quite sure how best to navigate Harvard. Intellectually, I loved the place. It was a place where Widener Library, I would say it to this day, is a place where you can go and learn whatever you want to learn. I was never so involved in coursework that I didn't learn what I wanted to learn. And at the time, I don't hope it's the same way, you could also go and audit whatever courses you wanted. And I audited all kinds of courses because it suited me. But culturally, I never thought that Harvard was the healthiest place for folks because I thought it molded people into something that wasn't necessarily who they wanted to be, but it was their desire to be a part of the group. And so I know it's one of the questions you're going to ask later, but I think it's really important to talk about in the future how you can preserve your culture and at the same time, connect to your humanity.
Right.
And the degree to which Harvard, the department can help with that, I don't know. Jeff was always very much interested in the need to change institutions and make them work for community. How well that happens, I don't know. I don't have the answer to that.
Well, it might surprise you to know, I think I could be, one of Claudine or Larry or Tommy can correct me, but I think there are now 15 black student organizations in Harvard College.
Is that right?
It's something that from my day, I was secretary of the BSAY, the Black Student Alliance at Yale, it was hard enough having one organization. We're getting enough folks to come to one meeting. There are more black organizations than any of us ever could have conceived. But I want to, before I go to Henry, I want to bounce off what you just said, because I want to ask you, how in the world, how old were you, 19, 20, when you figured out that it needed to be a department, not a committee or a program?
I was 20, and remember, I was mentored. I trusted Adelaide Cromwell. I came to trust Henry Rosofsky. There were Harvard was filled with people who had integrity. And although we didn't always agree, you felt that integrity. And when you talked to a man like this, you had the sense that he was telling it like he saw it.
Sure.
And you could take it or leave it, but he was telling you the truth. And it was a matter of trying to put together all these various perspectives, talking with my great colleagues in Afro, and us coming to a conclusion together based on all of that input.
But the fact that it was a department made it possible for Anthony and for me to come here with a structure already in place.
Yeah.
At Yale only became a department because we came regenerated Afro-American Black Studies.
The decision looks pretty good right now, and I got to say, I come back here every 10 years or so. I mean, I went off and lived my life after I graduated. Went to graduate school and wasn't really connected. I knew something about what the department was going through and what was happening, but not in detail. And coming back here every once in a while was like a low-frequency strobe light, okay? Every 10 years, you get a flash, and like it's really different.
Right.
And then 10 years later, it's really developed. I was, frankly, amazed at the speech you two guys made today about where this department is, all the people that it has spun out into the university and into the world. It's a wonderful thing, and we're feeling pretty good.
Well,
Yale. If I may, one way to answer
Sure.
your question is that we had role models. When you talked about how young we were and thinking about organizing, developing institutions, we had role models, and that the civil rights movement provided role models of young people taking on and attempting to reshape
That's right.
institutions.
Right.
And young people who did not wait, right, until they either had their degrees or were older or whatever. But young people, and some of them were younger than we were, who were taking on institutions. So we grew up with that as a role model. Right?
But friends of yours, there were so few black kids in the Ivy League, we would have what we called spook weekends, remember?
Super spook weekends.
Yeah, super spook weekend. But the black kids from Harvard would come down to New Haven, or we'd come up and we'd hang out on the weekends together. So the same group of people were at Yale, and the best they got was a program. And that caused endless misery because people would come out for tenure in the program of Afro-American Studies, and they couldn't get it. But they could get it here, at least theoretically.
Well, one of the things, though, that I think is important to keep in mind, and for me was a great learning experience when I was here, is to understand some of the politics. Jeff and I were in the same PhD program, and it used to have a saying that you could do change in two different ways. You could either change institutions or build your own institutions. Much of what the emphasis is here is to change the institution, and that is done well, right? People have changed the institution. But in terms of understanding the politics of it, it wasn't just something that simply happened. There was resistance to the idea of a department. There was great resistance. And I'm not completely sure about all of your politics, because it's just that I went off and lived my life. But as you had talked about Ephraim Isaacs earlier, these are people who were committed to the idea of a department. And in those last words of the Negro anthem of spirit, our God and our country.
Right. True to our native land.
And our native land. Ephraim was, to me, one of the people that was really helped build the the department in terms of students who are interested in the spirit.
Right.
And if we're going to have a department that isn't, if you're going to have a department, because I'm not here yet, and the children who will come after me, it's very important, I think, to have real clarity about our cultural values.
Absolutely.
And if we're going to connect with community, if that's a possibility, that's what I meant about I don't know, then we should have some understanding about the politics of how that works.
Oh.
And have some understanding about ourselves as to those of us who may want to be more in community and those who are here and want to maintain the kind of scholarship that can help us learn how to do better. But I think that's something that we need to think about for ourselves to make the department something that works for not just us and other people.
Well, I'm not sure you know, but Evelyn Higginbotham, when she was chair, pioneered in a track called social engagement, going back to the roots of the field with the students. So that in addition to concentrating in English or history or whatever, you can have a social engagement track. I don't know if you've all have been to the department, which is where you all used to eat the freshman year.
Right.
That's right.
But the photograph of the ad hoc committee, whatever it was officially called, all the photographs are there. Every student who comes in sees the photographs of the student pioneers who insisted on the departmental structure. And it's funny to see all your pictures like 50 years ago. You haven't changed very much. You haven't changed very much at all. Which brings me to, and by the way, we give, among the several prizes that are given at commencement, one is in honor of Ephraim Isaacs for the pioneering role that he's played. And by the way, since John Mugani started the African language program, 5,000 students at Harvard have studied African language.
And I didn't mean it, be clear, I did not mean it as a criticism. I think that what you have done with this department is something to celebrate. I mean, you've taken it from an idea and made it something. I'm just saying that students who come through can use the history of the department as well as the accomplishments of the department in order to decide where they want to be in their lives.
Right.
How much of the engagement, because everybody is not going to be engaged in community.
No.
That's an unrealistic expectation.
Right.
But those who do, you can help give them background. You can help give them a kind of, that's what I appreciated a lot. I learned a lot about politics here at Harvard that I took into the world that helped.
That's right.
And so that, and if there's a way to also talk about how you deal with culture in that regard, because as an African American, a descendant of slaves in this country, very often I think that blacks who came here to Harvard or just came to university often come with a feeling of inferiority or the idea that they've got to fit in, they've got to change, as opposed to celebrating the successes and the fact that the things that we have done as descendants of slaves in this country has been an inspiration to Africans all over the world, blacks all over the world. Right. And we need to carry that with us, because if we just completely forget about our culture, there's not much we're going to be able to do, because we'll never have the confidence that we need to accomplish the changes in our communities that are so critically needed.
I think that's the foundation upon which my 40 other colleagues and I
Right.
implicitly
Right.
stand. I think you're absolutely right. Woe to the black person who does not understand the history of anti-black racism in Western civilization. Because we tell our students, one day you rise up quickly, your head hits something, you don't know what it is, and you almost pass out. That is anti-black racism. And no matter how smart you are, no matter how rich you are, no matter what, you are going to hit your head upside against white racism. And now, more blatantly than I think in a very long time. Henry, you chaired what has become known famously as the Rosofsky Committee, which in 68, 69 explored the question of the future of black studies at Harvard. Can you tell us, if you will, a little about the members of your committee, what its mission was, and how it reached its recommendations?
Let me begin by on a personal note, if that's all right. When Dr. King was assassinated, I wrote a letter to Franklin Ford, the dean, and basically urging African American studies. My letter talked about students, made the point that you can't really have more African American faculty members unless you have more graduate students, etc. Because the next thing, inevitable, he asked me to chair the committee that was set up. The other thing I wanted to say, a lot of people believed that African American studies was a kind of political accommodation, you know, to satisfy the militants. I was, from the very beginning, I think, of a completely different view, because this is kind of accidental, but I had a strong interest in African American culture from the days of my childhood in Europe. I happen to be a great jazz fan. And, well, it's not a laughing, you know, the whole world, as I think I wrote, dances to African American music. I mean, what is there? And
that has not changed.
that has not changed, no. And so in a sense, I understood what this was all about, and what we were doing was not just simply to keep militant students satisfied. I had a deep belief in the validity of the subject. You know, the first serious book about jazz was written by a Frenchman, Panassier. It's called Le Jazz Hot. Louis Armstrong was asked what he thought of the book, and he said, "Do I tell a Frenchman how to jump on a grape?" But that is a historical footnote. What I did not realize, and you know, we're talking about events that were 50 years ago. I mean, I look at these young people on my right, and I sort of see that they have changed a bit, and I have probably changed even more. And the issue was, you know, I did not appreciate sufficiently the political importance of what we were doing. I and a few others, and actually, I would say Martin Kilson was rather close to my view. We wanted to set up absolutely the best and, in a sense, cleanest academic program possible. And when I sit here now, 50 years later, and I see what people are saying and what their deep beliefs are, I say to myself, you know, this was a hell of a lot more than just an academic program. That's important. Now, the people on our committee, my memory fails me. We had, well, Martin Kilson was on it.
Right.
Can you think of some others?
No.
Chico?
Chico, that's right.
Ernie Wilson.
Ernie Wilson.
Yes, Ernie Wilson
Ernie
was
Wilson.
a student.
Yeah,
Student,
Chico.
right? I don't remember the
Chico.
faculty either. That's terrible.
Anyway,
Was Henry Clavell on the committee? Someone mentioned to me.
Who?
Clavell?
no,
Stanley?
Stanley was not.
Stanley.
It wasn't.
No,
was not.
no, Cavell, no, no.
Stuart Hughes, H. Stuart Hughes.
He might have been.
No, he was on the successor committee. I don't remember. I have a list here. If, one minute. I
Abby,
have,
can you Google who was on that committee?
no, no, I have it right here.
Okay.
I think
All
Seth
right.
Stewart.
C.W. Curl, Daniel Fox, George Goethals,
Goethals.
Alan Hymert, Stuart Hughes, Martin Kilson, Gary Marks, J.W.M. Whiting, and those are the faculty members. How many are still alive? Not very many. The thing is, we recommended, as everybody, and I think if you don't know the background, it wouldn't have come out in the histories, and we recommended, among many other things, a degree, undergraduate degree program that was based on history and literature and social studies. I mean, two of the finest undergraduate programs at Harvard. And this, initially, everybody was quite satisfied with this. And you know, the demand for a department really became much more vocal after the takeover of University Hall and the meeting in the football stadium.
That was SDS, that wasn't us.
No, that was,
No.
yes.
But
that proved to be the biggest contention.
Yes, of course.
From my point of view.
Because that's where the real power was.
Yeah.
That constituted a paradigm shift, a profound. Listen, I'll tell you how controversial his report was. If you go back and look at the January 22nd, 1969 cover of the New York Times, there were two headlines. One was about the newly inaugurated President of the United States, Richard Nixon. The other headline read, Harvard Report calls for degree in Negro Studies.
Yes.
Well,
That's
we were
amazing.
Negroes back then.
Well, and
Tommy, we ought to have that
Negro.
framed and put in the locker room. It was a big deal.
that's right.
Orlando. They were all students. Henry was on the faculty. You were coming and integrating the sociology department and helping to build the department ostensibly. Could you describe your first impressions of the fledgling Afro-American Studies department when you arrived to teach in 1970?
Orlando, when did you arrive?
January 1970,
As a faculty member.
as a visiting faculty
Yeah.
member, yeah.
Good and bad.
Yes. We're in a celebratory mood, so I have to play it on the bad. But first of all, I was coming from London School of Economics via the University of the West Indies, where I was a student, undergraduate. My growing up in a black society, in a black university, I grew up with what you call African American studies. We're studying black history, Caribbean history, slavery, and all these things which they were fighting for.
Yeah, but tell the audience
But-
where you went to school.
As an undergraduate, University of the West Indies, then a College of London, and then the London School of Economics. And so my first job was on the faculty of the London School of Economics, straight out of graduate school.
Right.
And then I quit that out of political commitment, because I was pretty radical then. I think I still am, but I quit my job at LSE to go back to the Caribbean to help in newly formed nation development and so on. And so when I read about what was happening here, I was quite excited about it, and I wanted to be involved in some way. Initially, I was mainly interested in just coming and visiting and experiencing it. And so I expressed my interest and was invited to come over. And, I found a situation which was just still forming. There's still in Harvard the noise and the concern and hadn't settled from the previous semester when we had the big bust or takeover of University Hall. So people are still recovering from that and so on. But this is the first year of the department, and I was very happy with what I found initially. And the faculty there were very welcoming. From Isaacs, I remember just loaned me his car to drive around Cambridge, which was not a good idea because of all the one-way streets in Cambridge. I was lost within 5 minutes.
And you were driving on the wrong side of the road.
I was driving on the wrong side of the road. But it was a welcoming environment. I was especially happy with Ephraim's work. He works in slavery. So did I. Noah Four and others. And so I thought, we were really at the beginning of something very exciting. And it was easy for me since, in a way, the courses I was teaching just fitted naturally here. Yep. Slavery, Caribbean society, Caribbean literature, and so on. And so we were very happy there in Dunser Street for a while. I began to get worried about the very negative view of the department outside. There people are saying unpleasant things. I mean, the Times is expressing amazement, but others weren't anything as quiet about their views. One described it as a deformed academic baby that should be thrown out with the bathwater. The Boston Globe called it a Potemkin village.
Oh my God.
So it was not the easiest of or very nicest of reception. But I like the energy of the students, and I really enjoyed teaching in an American university for the first time. I did, however, very soon, and I should be quite clear about this, have some concerns. My biggest problem, let me be completely honest, was with the chair. I was puzzled when I realized he was not really a scholar, and wonder why Harvard had done that. And it was unfair, I think, for the department and students. It was unfair to Hewitt, to Gwynnier. He was a union man. And I don't know why Howard made that decision. There were lots of, I say it was one of the mistakes it made, if we want to be honest, because there are lots of very good scholars even then. I kept wondering, what happened to John Hope Franklin? What happened to a number of other
Well, I'll tell you what happened to John Hope Franklin.
I tried to recruit him.
They tried to recruit him, but his own department, John Hope Franklin, was, let's count them. In the history department, Du Bois was the first black person to get a PhD at Harvard in history. Mm-hmm. Carter G. Woodson was second. Charles Wesley, Rayford Logan, and I think John Hope Franklin was the fifth black person to get a PhD in history. I could have left someone out, but I think I'm right.
I think that's right.
The history department turned him down.
When?
When he was when he was recruited, because it's a story he loved to tell. He prided himself on keeping Cornell West from accepting his offer and William Joyce Wilson from accepting two of his offers, because he felt so insulted that the history department would not give him an appointment when he was offered the chairmanship. He proudly said this place was doomed to fail because his own department had turned him down.
I see, yeah. I see. Well, that...
You're saying in the context of being invited to come and run the department,
but not
the history department at that time turned him down.
He wanted, I think, about the kind of politics you need to understand.
Yes, that's amazing. I mean, that would be like, I don't know, you get a PhD in your own department, they created it, and then they won't make you a voting member of that department. That was the biggest insult that one could do.
Yeah, that was terrible.
And John Hope wasn't all that great. John Hope to his dying day called himself a Southern historian, as Evelyn would say if she were here. And he was very proud of that, and that was a political thing in the historiography establishment for him to identify himself this way. But obviously he loved African American history. He wrote From Slavery to Freedom, which is the Bible for everybody in here who took any kind of black history class in our day, and Evelyn Higginbotham has essentially rewritten it, and it still sells tens of thousands of copies today. But he couldn't come here on an equal footing. It would be
Right,
as if
yeah.
Harvard had not given me an appointment in the English department, which they did when I was recruited, because my PhD's in the English department.
Right.
So that was the deal. He said no.
Well, that was tragic, because, as I said, Hewitt was basically a union man, and he was not really qualified for that position. And he politicized the situation too much. But we who were there made the best of it. I myself, we personally just didn't get on with him. And, but I certainly enjoyed teaching the courses that I did. Among my first students in my Caribbean course was Ruth Simmons.
Really?
Yeah, who later became, as you know, president of Brown and Smith College and so on. We had great students. And I enjoyed being part of that early process.
But then you seceded from the union.
Well, I had to, because basically I just did not get. I'm a cantankerous Jamaican, and he is a union man, and a union man in a Jamaican meeting. And I'm afraid, the sparks were flying almost every day. We just did not hit it off. So I continued teaching my courses, but went over to sociology. But I remained very much involved with the department because, I remember I was visiting Cambridge University when Bach came to see me and said, your whole department needs your help. We're really having serious problem. This is about 78 or so. And so I was on that first committee for trying to restore the department. And that's when we appointed Werner.
Yep, and Nathan.
And Nathan, and the economist, Lowry.
Glenn Lowry.
Glenn Lowry, yes.
I remember well, and then, so we thought that was a pretty good team, but then didn't quite work out. It was initially very good, but
Glenn seceded from the
Glenn seceded. Glenn went far right and seceded, and it moved along. But then the tragedy of Nathan dying prematurely, so young, and so on. And then we were asked again. At that point, we were down to one person. Yeah. Right. And the president came again and said, you're on a committee, me and Martin and a couple other people, Leonard and so on, to find someone, and this time make sure you find someone good. And I should mention Bach. Bach deserves to be mentioned on this because Bach was determined also, along with Henry and so on, that we're going to get it right. In other words, it could easily have taken the position, look, we've tried, we failed twice, let's just wrap it up.
It was the last year of Derek Bach's 20-year presidency, and he was determined. He knew this was a blot on his record, and they had to do something.
Yeah. He actually chaired the meetings.
That story I know very well. It was the last year, and I forgot actually the dean of FAS had suddenly disappeared. It may have been Mike Spence. I don't remember who it was.
Mike Spence.
Yeah, it was Mike.
And he went to Stanford,
yeah,
to business school.
And I went back for 1 year so that Derek and I would sort of finish together. And when he asked me and I accepted, I thought, it would be a year of drinking sherry, leisurely dinners. But, Derek is a real Protestant. I am not. And he said to me, we have to accomplish something in this year. I blanched. He said to me, what is the worst problem in FAS? And I said, it is to really rescue the African American Studies Department because there was no leadership. He said, this is what we're going to fix. And it was a very busy year, and you told part of the story. And at the end, we got Henry Louis Gates. So what else is there to say? I'm sorry that Derek isn't here to take a bow, because he deserves it.
I'm sorry he's not too. Thank you. Well, it was a blessing for me, and it's been a blessing every day since the day of my appointment. But it might, Tommy said, no one's ever accused me of being a radical, which is true. But I also had thought a lot about the history of disciplines, the institutionalized discipline. When you're a student, you think that God or Plato created all these departments. All these departments have a history. They're all socially constructed. Sociology, I mean, you studied philosophy if you were Du Bois with James in the philosophy department. I mean, you studied psychology with James in the philosophy department because psychology didn't exist. Sociology didn't exist. That's why Du Bois went to Berlin. All these departments were created by somebody and probably often in a fight. Mm-hmm. And one of the things that was obvious to me about the history of what we now call African American studies, was that there had been too many departments that depended too much on ideology. That you had to think a certain way or be black a certain way. And Anthony and I operate on the principle, nobody's going to ask you how you voted if you're up for an appointment in the math department. Nobody's going to ask you what party you're in if you're up for an appointment in the chemistry department. Why should that be relevant?
You'd be surprised.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Well, at least that was my fantasy. And we have stuck to that principle. I mean, we have people in the center, not really on the right. Everybody's on the right of certain people in that department. I ain't called no names. I told my students, if I ever want to know where the left is, I just turn and there's my man Cornel West, right? Right there. And that's where he should be. But the point is, we had to build it on the firmest academic grounds and not on passing fads of ideology and what it meant to be black in somebody's mind at any particular point. And that has been a fundamental principle of the last 30 years.
Yeah. One critical period was between 72 and 73 academic year, because there's another committee, which after by the 1970, it was clear that we had to do something again, and another committee was set up, I remember I wrote a long memo to them, so did Martin Kilson and others. That committee, there's a faculty meeting in December '72 to discuss the department and where we're going to go. And it was at that meeting that certain basic decisions were made. One was that we would go back to not having students make decisions about faculty appointments, because that had turned out to be problematic. A lot of faculty people simply were not interested in coming to a department in which students had a say in appointing faculty and even in promotion to tenure. Right. So they did that. There was a recommendation that the department should be a joint department. Interestingly, there's a long debate over that. Kilson was strongly pushing for that.
A joint department?
Yes, that it should be more something like history and literature or something like that. And interestingly, the faculty turned it down. With a vote, I think it was 69-59, it almost ended up. So they remained an autonomous department. But what they did do is to put it on a more regular footing, similar to other departments at Harvard. Right. The most important one being that students would not participate in faculty appointments.
Which was a very important. The only way it was going to have any status.
And I should say The students all supported that move.
Oh, yeah?
Yes.
Ah.
There was no protest to that. That was a big change.
You know, I thought that was a terrible mistake when it occurred, and I think it retarded the development of the department.
Yeah.
And clearly, I mean, all students think they should have a right to vote on tenure, and no faculty member
Right.
does. So that's
Well, it's not so simple. I mean, even non-tenured faculty members don't have the right
of course.
to vote, you know, so it is.
Sure.
They used to do this in medieval universities, actually.
Oh, really?
Yes. So it was a return to the Middle Ages doing that. I mean,
At which university?
oh, all the great European universities, students, in fact, hired their teachers.
At Oxford and Cambridge?
At Oxford and Paris, yeah.
How many people were there? 12? I mean,
Yeah,
you know,
I mean.
they were trying. Octavia,
Yes.
this was the era of Black Power, but also it was the dawn of Black feminism. And I'm wondering how it was for you to see them playing out in the day-to-day activities and atmosphere on campus. How did these two big issues affect you and the choices that you were making or being asked to make?
I mean, the most honest answer is not much, in the sense that in my read of history, movements come to fore for a lot of different reasons. And even going back to Frederick Douglass and his whole relationship with the women's movement.
Yes. Seneca Falls,
Yeah,
1948.
and the politics of it, it became a question of who was going to get the vote first, blacks or the suffragettes. And my point in bringing that up is it becomes political gamesmanship. And I wasn't sure how much the feminist movement was that as well during our time.
Right.
I don't have any problems with men leading when they know what they're doing. I mean, I mean, if they're doing a good job, what's the point of saying that just because I'm a woman, I should be there?
Sure.
And so I never bought into it on that level. Now, and I always felt that, for instance, people, even in the history that we've just given, before we even had the Rosovsky Committee, Jeff and his group had, and the men had done this. I don't want to take any credit that's not due. They had different people go around talking to various faculty people, and asking them to decide, you know, to get a feel for who was who. And I don't know if you remember, but there was a young lady called Cheryl Wynn who came to talk to you, and she came back to the group, and she talked about your appreciation of jazz and what and how interested you were in that. Now, she did question whether or not you would be interested in a department in the same way that you questioned it yourself.
Because he wasn't.
Because he wasn't, right? But she was interested, and as maybe this is a feminist issue, I don't know what. But what had happened was the group then had if a person who had interviewed the person didn't think that they were interested in African American studies in the department, that we shouldn't recommend them, that we shouldn't go to them. Right. And Cheryl liked you very much, but she thought that you weren't interested in the department. Yeah. But Jeff and the guys decided that you should be on there anyways, on that list anyways. And the women kind of got over to the other side and thought, well, you know, that's the only person. But Cheryl, to not get into feminist, Cheryl was very soft-spoken. She was very soft-spoken. So the question becomes whether or not that was something that was done because she was feminist, or, I mean, I'm not that soft-spoken. If it had been me, whether there would have been a different outcome. So my point, to try to answer your question as honestly as possible, is that I've never bought into the movement that way. I think that men and women are different in many ways, and with all due respect, some of the stuff that men do, why would women want to do it? Sure. You know, and so I think that it's more important to keep focused on what is the goal and what are the different skills and talents that people bring to make that goal happen, as opposed to getting off on whether it's women or race or whatever. If we need to be able to check into our humanity in a way that doesn't make us abdicate our culture, whether we're talking about culture of women, culture of group, whatever group culture we're talking about.
Right, gotcha. Orlando, before we're going to open it up to the audience, and there will be microphones propped up in the aisle, right? Talk about the creation of the Du Bois Institute.
Yeah.
Because the inner politics, the Institute was set up not to complement the department, but to separate. Martin Kilson was very adamant about the Institute being a place of intellectual integrity as far as he was concerned, as opposed to the ideological battles going on in the department. That's the way he would tell.
Yes.
That he would tell the story. Sadly, he's not here to tell the story.
Right. Well, I knew him very well. We were friends up to a certain point, yes.
Yeah.
Look, the interesting thing was that the original statement, memorandum on the department from the very beginning suggested the formation of the Du Bois Institute. I was struck by that. I mean, and the idea, it was all well laid out that it should be within the department and that it should promote the study of African American and African culture. Then it became a bone of contention whether it should be separated from certainly the directorship of the chair of the department. Guinier assumed that he would be head.
Yes, of course.
And there was a huge fight in the faculty meeting. I can still hear Guinier sort of yelling to Leonard, that Leonard, who would chair the committee, recommending that the directorship of the department should not necessarily be the chair. Guinier said that, you had a white perspective, and in the faculty meeting, the first and maybe the only time, Leonard shouted back, "You're a damn liar." Words like that have not been heard in the Harvard faculty meeting.
What year was this?
This would have been 72, December, that meeting. And the Audit was decided that we would, yes, support the department, but that it needed money. Where the funds, and another controversy emerged out of that, by the way. The Ford Foundation had expressed interest in supporting it. And Dunlop, who was then dean,
yes.
Had a meeting with the Ford people, Hughes, I think his name was, and came back and informed Guinier that Ford's position was, yes, we'll support it, but only on condition that it's a university-wide department, institution. Right. That turned out, some people did some investigation. It turned out to be, Dunlop being is very tricky, he was quite a character.
Right.
It turned out it was not entirely so, and the Ford Foundation person actually issued a statement saying that's not what it's not his business to inform Harvard how it runs its institution. What it did say was that it will support the Du Bois Institute, but on the assumption that when the money ran out, Harvard would continue to support it.
Right.
That gave Guinier some firepower, as you can imagine, but it didn't do much good. And so Derek decided that he would take it over because he was very committed to it.
Yes.
And committed to African American studies, being very much involved, but that he would take it out of the hands of Guinier. Yes. So that's how he ended up, in a sense, running the committee.
He not only did it, but endowed. So that when Anthony and I came, it had an endowment about $4 million already. I mean, we hit the ground running with $4 million in the bank.
No, he was very committed.
That was a lot for a research.
A lot of money then, yeah.
And now it's considerably more, of course.
Yeah.
Okay, before we open it up, a last question for each of you. We start with Lee. 50 years. What are your hopes for the next 50 years? of black studies at Harvard?
Well, this is a story. I brought my grandnephew up to the 50th anniversary of the 1968 Harvard-Yale game last year. And my grandnephew is 14 years old. We took a tour of the Harvard campus. I am not pushing him for Harvard. I just wanted him, he lives in New York City, in Brooklyn. I wanted him to see a discrete, traditional collegiate campus. And so we stopped in at the department. Nobody was there because, of course, it was the day before the Harvard-Yale game. But I picked up some material and the course catalog and started reading through the course offerings. And for some of the courses, at first reading, I couldn't understand what they were about. And, you know, I had to kind of go into Harvard student mode and figure out what the course was about. And then I said, oh, okay. I have been out of the university for almost 50 years and have been in the world of work. And so let me go into the mind of a scholar mode and figure out what they're trying to say in this course. And I'm happy to say I figured it out. But what I took from that was the course offerings. Some of the course offerings are slightly esoteric to a layperson. And I said to myself, that's just the way it should be. Because some of the course offerings across the university are slightly, and perhaps more than slightly, esoteric to a layperson. And since, as you know, I've been in touch with you all over the years, sure. Often, and it was just another indication to me of, you know, how healthy the department and the whole enterprise is doing. As a layperson, I would expect if, you know, the world has another 50 years to live, that the department will continue along that path, right? Exploring the depth of knowledge, right? That's what a department, an academic department, is supposed to do. Mm-hmm. Exploring the depth of knowledge in subjects that to lay people, some lay people, may be somewhat impenetrable on first reading, or maybe on second reading, or even on third reading.
Yeah, thank you. You know, by the way, when you all were deciding about your position about department versus committee, American Studies, now called American Civilization, was a committee itself. It wasn't sure. A department. Is it not a department yet, is it?
No, it's a committee.
So, you know, that's, by contrast, American Studies, which I think in size, Afro-Am is, we call Afro, has dwarfed American Studies in size, and because of that departmental structure. How about you, Orlando? 50 years. What do you want to see the field become? You're very much an African-American.
Well, if the trajectory for the past 50 years continues in the next year, Harvard will be all black in 50 years. I mean, when I came here, I mean, you know, it's interesting what you said. Last year, I also brought my grandson to visit Harvard. And he's a freshman here now. And what struck him was, there's black people all over the place. And, you know, and it's a complete contrast. There are two members of the faculty of Art and Science, myself and Martin, and we were joined about the same year by the Plummer professor. Now, you know, it's just a remarkable thing to behold how many members of the faculty are involved with African American studies, and the fact that it's integrated in a very powerful way in the intellectual life of the university, and the fact that the students themselves are now, as Kay was saying, there's not just one black organization, there are 15 of them. That's how many. I did earlier this year a lecture on diversity at Harvard. The proportion of black students now at Harvard is about equivalent to their proportion in the nation.
Right.
And would have in fact been significantly higher had not 1 in 3 black students turned down Harvard offer.
Yes.
So it's just been a sea change. And at the present rate, I mean, this is now the iconic department. This is now the department to emulate in the study of black all over the world, not just America.
I should say a word, too, about a person I don't think is here, but we will be celebrating his retirement, I think mourning his retirement in a month. But just to stress what a difference an individual could make. I was pre-med. Yale did not have summer school. And I mentioned earlier I was taking a year off to go to work in a hospital in Africa. So I came here right after the big May Day strike in the summer of 1970 to take inorganic chemistry and calculus. And I was staying in Wigglesworth Hall, and I walked out into the square. There's this black dude who gets out of this Jaguar XKE, had a little bow tie on, you know.
Catman.
And I said, wow, who are you?
Dave Evans.
And he said, well, I have a master's degree in engineering from Princeton. I'm working in the space program at IBM in Alabama, and I've taken a leave of absence for a year to help Harvard find eligible, competitive black kids in its affirmative action program. And that person stayed here for the next 50 years and has admitted, he didn't admit you guys, but he admitted Cornell West, and I think his count is just under 6,000 black students that David Evans has admitted to Harvard College. So we have to give it up for that boy. Jeff, 50 years from now.
I've always had this image in the back of my head, forefront of my consciousness really, of black people finding their place in the sun. And I thought that it would have happened by now. I am discouraged at the circumstances of black America in aggregate. I developed an idea early on in my life and career that there had to be levers of change, that there were strategic things we could do and change. The idea of graduate students being a lever for change for faculties. I thought there are things like that. Education struck me as one. I could go on about what I think they are. But for me, it was an important idea back then and continues today that there should be serious study, debate, argumentation among undergraduates at Harvard. I would like to see the department leading that, about the levers of transformation of American society. What do we have to do? And it doesn't matter that anyone wins that fight during their 4 years here. What matters is that they think about it, that they talk about it, that they engage and go out into the world in pursuit of it. Now, I know that there's an engagement component to the department now. I don't know how central it is. I hope it's very central. But it seems to me that side by side with scholarship, really connected to scholarship, there needs to be a thrust for transformation of American society, starting with black folks and expanding beyond that.
When we recruited Cornell for the first time, Cornell was chair of Afro-Am at Princeton. So it was a huge thing for him to come. And I worked really hard to recruit him. I happen to like Cornell. He's one of my best friends. I love Cornell, and I admire him so much. But I said, there's one favor I want you to do for me and for the department. I want you to teach our introductory course to African American Studies. And Cornell, first of all, it was like it raised our enrollment up like 5,000%. But secondly, his course is all about that. And you should sit in on his lecture. And when he came back, we asked him to teach it again. Because his course, he'll talk to you about it later, is structured around the history of thought, but also the history of social transformation and the future of social transformation. You think that's a fair description, Brother White? Very fair. That's it. Great. Octavia.
You know, I've thought about this question a little bit, and it's a difficult question for me to answer. And I think that part of the reason that it's difficult is because it isn't a question for our generation to answer. It's a question for generations to come to answer. But to the degree to which I've thought about it, I'm not sure that what Harvard can do in terms of specific kinds of things that Jeff talks about. I'm not even sure if Harvard is the place to do it. But what I do think Harvard can do is to help students find their place, or what universities do well when they do it well, to find out, use the time to figure out where you fit in best, or what you want your career and your future to be. And as that relates to black people, particularly descendants of slaves in this country, we have not had, we come too much, I think, from a place of talking about our race and our hurt and what has happened to us. And I would like in the future for us to be, I mean, I think it's some kind of blasphemy to say this, but I'll say it anyway. I don't think that race is the biggest issue. I think the culture is much more the issue. And the degree to which Harvard and any scholarship can help us get past I shouldn't say past issues of race because it's part of it, but to understand culture in the context of our greater humanity. If we can use our experiences, our scholarship, so that students can come away from university hopefully connected to their culture and not disconnected from it, and not feeling that they have to mold themselves into something that even they don't recognize, but more importantly, disconnects them from people who help mold them into what's the best of them. Yeah. And so I don't know the answer to it, and I think it's the challenge of those who come after us to try to figure out what's best for them and how to make the university part of that.
Yeah, I think that you three students, would be interested to see the way class, the role of class in the pedagogy within the department.
Exactly.
Is much more pronounced than it was 50 years ago, at least when I was a student.
I was saying yes too fast. Say that more. I didn't understand.
Class analysis, more the interrelationship between ethnicity, or race,
class,
quote unquote, ethnicity, and class.
Yeah, okay, I got that.
Think about the concept of a slave. That's race and class molded into one. Class has always been a fundamental part of the African and the African American experience. Right. Cornell's pioneered, not the only person in this room, but pioneered in the analysis of class with race in our curriculum. Orlando writes about class all the time as well. And that will only increase in importance as inequality increases.
But her contrast, I thought, was not race and class, race and culture.
I know, that's why I'm giving a footnote.
Which to me looks like an inward look into black culture as something that may be holding us back to some degree and as the engine for change in the long run. So I think I heard that differently.
Yeah, I mean, I don't, when you look, I think it's very important to have some question of connecting yourself to humanity, doing good things. That's why I think it's very important to have someone on faculty like an Ephraim Isaac, so that you're talking about your spiritual health as well, okay? So that if you're doing good things, it doesn't become a question of, or you're helping somebody other than yourself. And part of the difficulty of a culture, of an academic culture, is that you are pushed to project for yourself. You're supposed to talk about your particular smartness and your talented tenth and all of that kind of stuff that disconnects you from doing the good you can do. And there are good people of all races, there are good people of all cultures. The question becomes, how do you put those things together so that you're talking about doing good? I mean, it's simplistic as it sounds, but doing something for someone other than yourself and making the change you want to see in the world, and understanding how culture can help that, or culture can keep you from doing that.
Of utmost importance. Final word, we're giving 1 minute. Well, I got the 1 minute sign. Sorry about that for the open mic. Final word from the Dean, Dean Rosofsky.
No. All of you have much longer time horizon than I have. I can't look ahead 50 years.
You can
We
look
can't
back at
either.
90 heads.
I can look back, yes. This department is today widely acknowledged to be the best in the country. I hope that that's true 50 years from now. What it will look like, I really have no idea. I hope that we will find people like you to still be here and lead it.
Thank you, brother. Ladies and gentlemen, let's thank Lee Daniels, Jeff Howard, Octavia Hudson, Orlando Patterson, and Henry Rosofsky.
Thank you.
You were great. Now, Tommy, do we move?
That was fabulous. I learned a ton. I hope you did too, about the details. I think probably a lot of our faculty and students don't know a lot of that history. So thank you so much, all of you.
You want us to go back to our seats?
I'm going to say something, then we'll take
Okay.
a break. So
What's that?
we're going to take a 15-minute break. The bathrooms are in the basement. You can go out this way. If anybody who needs an elevator, there's an elevator too on this side in the corner there to go to the bathrooms down there. We will return and start for the keynote at 4:15. Is there anything else? And that's all. So let's please thank the panel, and we'll see you back in 15 minutes.
Thank you, guys.
Good to see you too.
Where are you based?
I'm in New York.
York.
Can you please all return to your seats? We are going to start again in 2 minutes. Can you please all take your seats? We are going to start now.
Well, Skip said that Evelyn Brooks Higginbotham is unable to be here. She's not feeling well, caught one of the many bugs that are going around, was feeling not up to being here. And as I'm sure many of my colleagues are, we're all quite heartbroken that she's not here. She's such a central part of what we do. She's special to me. She was the chair, and that made the case for me to get tenure, so you always have feel good about that person. And was chair for many people who came through the department who received tenure So hopefully, Evelyn, you're watching on the webcast. We miss you. We hope you recover quickly, and maybe we'll see you tomorrow, which will be wonderful. So unfortunately, since we learned so late that Evelyn wouldn't be able to be here, and we don't have anyone proper to give an introduction for Farah, so you're just going to have to settle for Cornell West.
What a magnificent gathering of such marvelous human beings here. I want to salute each and every one of you. I want to salute the leadership of the department with our dear brother Tommy Shelby. Gave such a superb presentation. Give it up for him again. Give it up for him again. Superb presentation. Never have a language for Brother Skip and all of his genius and charm and charisma and unbelievable commitment. Give it up for the one and only Skip Gates himself. And we never want to overlook the artists. We come from a tradition in which art is in no way just ornamental or decorative. It's constitutive of who we are. It's integral to who we are. And we heard our dear brother Rozovsky talk about the impact of jazz on him that opened the way to him engaging in the kind of institutionalized Afro-American studies. So crucial. We know our dear brother Neil Rudenstein would say exactly the same thing. We're on that human continuum, and that's precisely what the best of the study of Afro-American and African studies has been about here at Harvard. We want to thank the Kaumba singers, and we want to thank the Terry Quartet after Sister Farah speaks. Give it up to the musicians. Give it up to the musicians. And I do want to say, for me, it's a very special moment to introduce the one and only Farah Jasmine Griffin. I have profound love for her. I have great respect for her. She is an intellectual genius of the highest sort in terms of the way in which she empties herself and gives of herself intellectually, morally, and spiritually, day in and day out. You all have the record before you in terms of her magisterial scholarship. Indeed, the text of 1999, who set one flowing? Cross-genre analysis, Jacob Lawrence's paintings and Jean Toomer's literary works, and here comes Billie Holiday and Stevie Wonder, all within the same text, and she is just beginning her career. She could have stopped there and would have already made a major contribution, but she went on and on. You can read about the scholarship there, so significant, but always beginning on a note of piety. And she begins by saluting Evelyn Brooks Higginbotham, both out of Philadelphia. Our dear sister Evelyn, who is the chairman of the same history department that didn't have the wisdom to embrace John Hope Franklin. That's where we are now at Harvard. Evelyn headed that same department that produced Du Bois in 1895, and Woodson in 1912, and Charles H. Wesley in 1925, and 1936. Here comes Rayford Logan, and then now Irving Painter, 1974. That's the department, that's Evelyn. The connection between Evelyn and Farah is very crucial indeed. Farah Griffin comes from nobility, Wilhelmina and the late Emerson Griffin. Mina, my Mina, our Mina, Sister Eunice and Eartha, daughter of Willie Lee Carson out of Eastman, Georgia, Gut Bucket, Jim Crow, Georgia. No Farrah Jasmine Griffin without that nobility dishing out to the world what you will hear in just a few minutes. But she is the wave in the ocean that we are celebrating today. It's the various ways in which black genius and black talent finally was allowed to overflow in a significant form in a white supremacist Harvard that, lo and behold, had to be convinced that they ought to be open to that genius and talent when Brother Martin not just was shot down, but when black folk hit the street with over 200 rebellions, and then the elite said, I think we have a problem. That's in part what we're talking about. And then there were the visionary ones that we've talked about, working with Skip and Neil and the others, saying, yes, veritas really does mean that we're going to take serious the kind of intellectual nobility of a Wilhelmina and a late Emerson and Farrah Jasmine Griffin. I'll say one more thing. That is very rare in the history of the life of the mind, that you see the unique singular fusion of genuine genius and genuine generosity. And that's what you have in Farrah Jasmine Griffin. Preston Williams and Connie know what I'm talking about. Similar fusion. Martin Kielsen, Ephraim Isaac, similar fusion. That tradition goes on. And I should note that when my dear brother Albert Roberto retired, and he had a choice of all the various black scholars and intellectuals in the country, he said, I've got one choice for my retirement. I want Farrah Jasmine Griffin to give the keynote. Same would be true for the inimitable Toni Morrison. She is the only adopted daughter of the inimitable Toni Morrison. She's on her way to London in a few days talking about Toni Morrison. Last night she was in Cleveland talking about Shirley Graham Du Bois. Yes, she's on the road, just like the Billie Holiday that she writes about with such genius and insight. But she has the same generosity. She has the same humility. 25 years celebration of race matters. I had one choice at Dartmouth last year. I want Sister Farrah. She gave this powerful lecture then. We could go on and on and on. And whoever had the vision, it must have been you, Brother Tommy, whoever it was, to say, who do we want to reflect on 50 years of wrestling against white supremacy and dealing with empire and class and gender and homophobia and transphobia and staying in contact with the humanity of each and every one of us? Who could we best come up with the same name? I present to you and introduce to others the inimitable one, my sister, my comrade, my colleague, professor, distinguished professor of English and Afro-American Studies, head of the Afro-American Studies Department at Columbia, Farrah Jasmine Griffin.
My goodness, my goodness. You just can't imagine what it means to hear your name narrated in that way by none other than Cornel West. I mean, I think I'm done already. So thank you so much, Cornel. That love is mutual. I am thrilled to be here today. You know, one often opens a talk such as this with the phrase, I am so honored. So much so that it's almost a cliche. But in all honesty, in this instance, it's an understatement. For me, this is a homecoming. It's a return to a place that had profound influence on my personal, my intellectual, my professional life. I want to thank Tommy Shelby for the invitation and for all that he has done to steward the project of African and African American Studies at Harvard. So let me be one in the chorus, thanking you, Tommy. The title of my talk is Fixed and Calmly Brilliant, which is a phrase that comes from a very beautiful and evocative essay that some of you may know on being young, a woman, and colored by Marita Bonner, which was published in the Crisis magazine in 1925. Bonner had been born in Boston. She enrolled in Radcliffe College in 1918. She majored in English and comparative literature. She studied German and musicology as well. She studied creative writing under Charles Townsend Copeland, and she graduated. Based on the numbers we were hearing, she must have been one of one or two. She graduated in 1922. She went on to live first in Washington with her husband, William Okami, and eventually moved to Chicago, where she was a member, where she wrote a number of short stories. She taught school, and she was a pioneering figure in the Chicago literary renaissance. I take my title from the essay's second paragraph, which I will read to you now. She said, "At least you know what you want life to give you, a career as fixed and as calmly brilliant as the North Star, the one really thing that money really buys, time to do things, a house that can be as delectably out of order and as easily put in order as the dollhouse of playing house days. And of course, a husband you can look up to without looking down on yourself. As fixed and calmly brilliant as the North Star." In this context, Bonner's language gives me the image that describes African and African American studies at Harvard. In the last few decades, certainly since the 1990s, under the leadership of Professor Gates and all those he recruited to the department, and then the leaders who have followed since, for many of us, the department has seemed as fixed and calmly brilliant as the North Star. It has been the example to which many pointed as we work to create supported, funded programs in our own institutions. It has been the department to which university administrators have looked in order to inform their own understanding of the legitimacy of our field. And whether defining ourselves as similar or in contrast to, departments throughout the nation, indeed the world, have looked to, been inspired by the work and the example of this department. We heard this afternoon from the founders of the department, those students, faculty, and administrators whose tenacity, courage, and intelligence gave birth to one of the nation's oldest departments. By the time I arrived here in the fall of 1981, Nathan Huggins, who would become my most beloved mentor, was chair. I'd already decided to major in history and literature by the first time I met him at a meeting of the executive committee of the Black Students Association, and I was a freshman representative to that committee. I remember that at that first meeting, the health of the department was on our mind. And also, Professor Ephraim Isaacs was on the agenda. He had been the first faculty appointment in the new department, but had been denied tenure. And he'd filed suit against the university, charging discrimination, and asserting that the university did not want to tenure an Africanist in a Department of Afro-American Studies. I remember the case was covered in the New York Times in September. I checked it out. It was September 27th, 1981. So that would have been during my first 2 weeks on this campus. And I had no idea when I was preparing these remarks, which included him from the beginning, that he would be joining us here today. How fitting that his vision of Black studies that included African studies and African languages has come to fruition here
I think it's something like poetic justice. So Professor Huggins thanked me for attending that meeting, and he thanked me for being interested in the department. And later that year, I attended for the first time the W.E.B. Du Bois lectures, which, as I recall, were delivered by Sir Arthur Lewis, the Nobel-winning economist, who later, I learned in the archives of the Ford Foundation, had authored a very early report for the foundation on their grant-making in the field. In that report of 1969, he wrote, quote, "Those who care for black students and black studies should support only genuine intellectual inquiry of the kind which the militants do not want," end quote. Which I always found fascinating and interesting, given that, the militant students throughout the nation were the reason why we had the departments we had. But I started taking Professor Huggins' classes, and the course of my life changed, as did that of my much admired and beloved classmate, the late Jeffrey Ferguson. Jeff and I spent hours discussing and studying what we learned in Huggins' classes. And when Professor Huggins was joined by Werner Solers, who taught literature, I found my calling. When I think of the Harvard of my time, the department looms large, and I spent much of my time bridging history and literature on Quincy Street and AFAM, which was then on Dunster Street. And I also think of the university as an especially conservative place intellectually. The pioneering musicologist Eileen Southern was the only black woman on the faculty. There were few courses on black subject matter, except for those taught by Professors Huggins and Solers and Professor Orlando Patterson and Martin Kilson, and later Barbara Johnson, who would be the only person who taught deconstruction at the time. And yet, because it was Harvard in Cambridge, everyone came through. And through Werner, I met every young black woman professor who was a fellow at the Bunting or the Du Bois Institute. And Professor Huggins, I recall, sent me in his place to a master's tea at Eliot's house, where Toni Morrison was the guest of honor. It was the first time I met her. And there were about 12 students and the author. I was the only African-American student in the room, and I remember her beckoning me to her. And during my senior year, a classmate, Janet Bixby, and I organized the first Radcliffe Conference on the history of black women in America. We were given tremendous resources to do so and the full support of the staff at African American Studies. Dorothy Sterling, Jacqueline Jones, Paula Giddings, Betty Collier Thomas, Mary Helen Washington, and others accepted our invitation, and each of them was later stunned to learn that the conference had, with that kind of resources, had been organized by 2 undergraduates. Imagine my excitement a little less than a decade later when Professor Gates brought a pioneering scholar of black women's studies to Harvard, Evelyn Higginbotham, a scholar whose contemporaries had inspired 2 undergraduates and who had paved the path for us. In spite of Huggins and Solers' deep commitment to this department, its mission, its excellence, and its students, it did not flourish until the arrival of Henry Louis Gates and the transformation of the department into that lodestar that I mentioned in the beginning of my talk. The formation of Black Studies here at Harvard was part of a wave of student activism around the nation that resulted in a number of programs, centers, institutes, departments. Some flourished, many did not. But that we gather here today, 50 years later, is a testament to the vision, the devotion, the hard work, and the persistence of faculty and students. Given that this is one of the oldest and most successful departments in the field, it of course served as an inspiration to us at Columbia as we worked to create the Department of African American and African Diaspora Studies, which now joins our Institute for Research in African American Studies as the institutional home of Black Studies at Columbia University. Yes, we were almost a half century late, but alas, here we are. Cornell, Evelyn, and Skip were part of the official board of advisors that I constructed as we went through the process, and I am especially grateful to them. And I should say here, of all the praise, rightfully so, that we give to Dr. Gates, I would be remiss not to mention his incredible generosity. I'm especially grateful to Skip because he was always available for a quick phone call when we were going through this process, when I needed advice. I'd call him on the cell phone as I was walking into the meeting with potential funders, and he would say, ask for this, 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 this. And I'd go in and just, I had a script to go in with him. So I'm grateful to him for this. I'm grateful to you, and I want to thank you publicly for your inspiration and your model. As a field, Africana, African American, African diaspora, Black studies is a vibrant intellectual enterprise that has existed for almost a century but was formally institutionalized on American campuses in the last 50 years. It has helped to transform the way we think about the United States and the world. Scholars of African American studies have called upon us to consider the centrality of the international slave trade to the development of modern capitalism. They have asked us that we understand U.S. immigration policy since 1965 in relation to the civil rights and Black power movements. And though not always acknowledged, the scholarship produced by Black studies has enhanced and expanded traditional academic disciplines, especially literary studies, history, anthropology, and sociology. It has informed and given shape to social movements for racial justice as well. So in the time that remains, I want to propose 3 sites of engagement for African American and African diaspora studies in our new decade. These are by no means the only sites, but they are some that seem quite significant to me. And I've identified them as in the classroom, in the world, and on the planet. And here I'm making a distinction between world and planet. By world, I mean the planet Earth and all the relationships between human beings, their cultures, and the politics they produce. And by planet, I mean the Earth we inhabit, the planet on which we live, its substance and its environment. So 1, in the classroom. In recent years, African American studies has been animated by a variety of theoretical perspectives, including but not limited to Afro-pessimism, Afrofuturism, Black feminism, Black queer studies, and Black performance studies. Importantly, these have yielded a number of new important works. They've generated a great deal of excitement among students. A great deal of the intellectual excitement around these theoretical positions is that they turn our attention from the dominance of continental theory and help to create frameworks for understanding the specificity of Black life in the modern world. Afro-pessimism, in particular, has proven to be especially attractive to students within the academy and to some activists without, in part because it calls our attention to the myriad of ways that anti-Blackness, and especially anti-Black violence, structures civil society. Now, while not as widespread or as popular as Afro-pessimism, Afrofuturism has been especially attractive to practitioners of technoculture, readers and writers of science fiction, and some pop culture artists like Janelle Monáe. Afrofuturism provides a theory of science and of history exploring the intersections of the cultures of the African diaspora with technology. Unlike Afro-pessimism, Afrofuturism often provides utopic visions of a Black future. Now, these are oversimplifications of these very rich and complex theories meant only to underscore their robust contribution to rich analyses of Black life, culture, history, and political aspiration. And one of the great benefits of the so-called theoretical turn in African American and African diaspora studies is the ways it has excited our students and attracted them to our classes and our programs. It is also one of the first intellectual trends within Black thought that has given a place of prominence from the beginning to Black women thinkers such as Sylvia Wynter, Hortense Spiller, Saidiya Hartman, and Christina Sharp. But one of the limitations of the current dominance of Black theory is the ways that too many students seem to strongly feel that there is little of value outside of this body of work, resulting at best in a failure to appreciate earlier works, or at worst, to dismiss them as atheoretical or old-fashioned. This results in students who are widely versed in the more recent texts, but too often know very little of the writers unless they fall within the critical genealogy of contemporary theorists. Recently, I attended a wonderful conference at University of Pennsylvania commemorating the acquisition of the Joanna Banks collection of over 10,000 books. And graduate students expressed astonishment at the sheer amount and diversity of Black feminist writing with which they had been unfamiliar. As many, including my colleague, who is also a graduate of this department's PhD program, Yosef Soret, notes, quote, "One could argue that Black studies itself constitutes a theory of the modern world and how to produce knowledge in the wake of modernity's central contradictions like slavery. It is my hope that in the coming years, we will find ways to bring the more recent theoretical turn into more productive conversations with the strong body of literature that has helped to shape our thinking about race and capitalism, race and democracy, and other topics that have long undergirded the debates, challenges, and ongoing conversations in our field. There are also a number of important texts that predate emerging subfields that deserve our attention, and I do hope that our research and teaching may devote some time to excavating these works and placing them in conversation with more contemporary works. May this period of 50th anniversary celebrations return us to some of those earlier texts like Joyce Ladner's Tomorrow's Tomorrow, The Black Woman, the first book-length sociological study of Black girls and young Black women, published in 1970. The explosion of recent books in the emerging field of Black girlhood studies provides a context for us to return to this work, to acknowledge the ways that it anticipated some of the arguments in new works, as diverse as those by a group of interdisciplinary scholars in fields like anthropology, history, and cultural studies. 2, in the world. Students and scholars of Black studies are not prone to be naive about racial progress. None of us dared herald the arrival of a post-racial world with the election of Barack Obama. At best, we acknowledged it was an important step forward, but we also recognized and to some extent expected the immediate backlash that followed the ascendancy of his ascendancy to the office of president. The more cynical among us saw his election as a triumph of neoliberalism. Nonetheless, in spite of this awareness, few of us were prepared for the extent to which the pendulum has swung backwards in this nation and throughout the globe. The rise of right-wing populist nationalism, naked white supremacy, and neo-fascism throughout the Americas, Europe, and Asia has been especially striking. Just as the knowledge produced by African American studies inform contemporary movements against mass incarceration and state-sanctioned violence against people of color, so too does it have much to teach the world about and inform organizing to address the forces of racial capitalism, global migration, imperialism, and white supremacy. In the coming decades, African American studies has a unique role to play as we not only analyze, but confront and ultimately defeat these reactionary trends. Just as the work of thinkers such as Cedric Robinson have informed and in some instances transformed our understanding of modern capitalism, the knowledge produced by Black studies, particularly within the traditions of Black radicalism, lend insight into the historical forces that have led to contemporary social and political contexts in which we find ourselves. In addition to the dissemination of these ideas, part of our task is to further create new work which addresses itself to these world problems in the ways that our predecessors understood their works, from figures as diverse as W.E.B. Du Bois and Oliver Cox to Sylvia Wynter, Toni Morrison, and Cornel West. In a prescient essay titled Racism and Fascism, and appearing in the recently published collection, The Source of Self-Regard, the late Toni Morrison writes, "Let us be reminded that before there is a final solution, there must be a first solution, a second one, and even a third. The move toward the final solution is not a jump. It takes one step, then another, then another. What we know, what Morrison knew, is that especially in the United States, those first, second, and third steps often start with black and brown people. Drawn from a speech that she delivered at Howard University in 1993, Racism and Fascism seems almost prophetic. She lists some of those steps as follow, and I quote: 1, construct an internal enemy as both focus and diversion. 2, isolate and demonize that enemy by unleashing and protecting the utterance of overt and coded name-calling and verbal abuse. Employ ad hominem attacks as legitimate charges against the enemy. 3, enlist and create sources and distributors of information who are willing to reinforce the demonizing process because it is profitable, because it grants power, and because it works. And perhaps most prescient of all, 4, criminalize the enemy. Then prepare, budget for, and rationalize the building of holding arenas for the enemy, especially its males, and absolutely its children. Even with this shortened list, we see how Morrison speaks to recent occurrences in our own country and elsewhere. We also know that time and again these steps have been utilized against black peoples, brown peoples, indigenous peoples. We recognize the patterns. We have been the canaries in the coal mines. We have cried out, often in the void, against these oppressive practices. We recognize that a society that can do this to one people unchallenged will do far worse to many more. Morrison wrote specifically about African Americans. In fact, she tended to write about African Americans in the Midwest. And yet she kept her eyes on the world. The recent documentary of her life, The Pieces I Am, has rightly received a great deal of attention, but I also want to encourage you to watch another documentary released 2 years ago, The Foreigner's Home. It's a feature-length film that explores her vision through The Foreigner's Home, a 2006 exhibition that she guest curated at the Louvre. She invited artists whose work deal with cultural and social displacement to join her in a public conversation, featuring exclusive footage of these dialogues, including footage of a very young Kendrick Lamar. The film shares Morrison's thinking about race, migration, identity, foreignness, and art in the broadest context. And I think that it models a way of doing African and African American studies, one that builds upon the long global vision of our predecessors and that reminds us of our responsibility to speak to the world in which we live and to do all we can to help create a better one. 3, on the planet. Perhaps even greater than the threats represented by the rise of neo-fascism are the threats posed by the reality of climate change. According to the NAACP, climate change and environmental injustice has a disproportionate impact on communities of color and low-income communities in the United States and around the world. These communities are especially vulnerable to environmental toxins and the increase in severe storms that has devastated communities from New Orleans to the Bahamas, Puerto Rico, and beyond. While poor people and people of color worldwide contribute the least to climate change, the report notes, they suffer the most because of where they live, their limited income, their lack of access to health care. Tricia Hahn, writing for the organization Demos, stresses, quote, "The future of our planet demands that we recognize inequity and prioritize those communities that have been most impacted by climate change." She notes that any legitimate climate change policy must have racial justice at its center. The impact of climate change on communities of color, on migrant crises, on drought and famine must be the concern of those of us in Black studies. In fact, there is a growing subfield called Black ecologies, which takes both the crisis facing Black communities and the emerging knowledges in response to that crisis as objects of study. In a recent article by J.T. Rohn and Justin Hosby, the authors argue that the concept of Black ecologies is, on the one hand, an idea that provides a way of historicizing and analyzing the ongoing reality of Black communities in the U.S. South and the wider African diaspora, which are most susceptible to the effects of climate change, including rising sea levels, sinking land, as well as the ongoing effect of toxic stewardship. On the other hand, Black ecologies names, quote, the corpus of insurgent knowledges produced by these very same communities, which we hold to have a bearing on how we should historicize the current crisis and how we conceive of futures outside of destruction, end quote. Reuben Patterson's 2015 Greening Africana Studies provides a starting point for the kind of work I'm emphasizing here. But this is also not new. In 1970, Nathan Hare published an article entitled Black Ecology in The Black Scholar. 1970 again, that magic year. While scholars of Black studies have certainly pointed out the need to improve environmental conditions in Black communities and have joined forms of environmental racism, pointed to forms of environmental racism, there is still much work to be done in this area of environmentalism and sustainability. And such an emphasis might call upon us to reevaluate our understandings of Katrina, not only for its exposure of the impact of structural racism and poverty, but also ask us to consider the possible relationship between global warming, that storm, and its aftermath. A study published in the journal Climatic Change found that Katrina's impact on the Gulf Coast would have been significantly less damaging under the climate and sea level conditions of earlier years. Having failed to learn the lessons of Katrina, we find them repeated again in Puerto Rico and more recently in the Bahamas, where communities of color remain vulnerable and where racism continues to impact the failure to appropriately respond to the crises that follow in the wake of these storms. We need more work on the impact of climate change on poor communities and on island nations, particularly in the Caribbean. And furthermore, we might explore ways that our institutions can work with these communities in these urgent issues. And another distinct but related phenomena worth considering might be the relationship between climate change denial and those who deny the continued existence of racism. Ibrahim Kendi recently wrote, "The denial of climate change and the denial of racism rest on the same foundation, an attack on observable reality." He's worth quoting at length. He says, "The disbelievers do not believe that either climate change or racism is real, or they do not believe that they are caused by emissions of greenhouse gases or racist policies, or they do not believe that regulating them would be better for society. All this disbelief rests on the same foundation, the transformation of science into belief. It is a foundation built upon the economic, political, and ideological blocks that stand the most to lose from the aggressive reduction of carbon dioxide emission and racial inequality." He argues that for these deniers, often the same people, science becomes belief, belief becomes science. Years of intense and internal specialized training and research or reflection are abandoned, like poor Latino immigrants, he says, like the poor body of our planet. Unfortunately, both for those concerned with the crisis of climate change and the ongoing crisis of racism, the deniers and the disbelievers now occupy the highest levels of our government and as such possess the power to make racial and climate policy. Attention given to the environment between the conventional concerns of African and African American studies and issues of climate and environmental justice are not only of value to our communities, but to overall discussions and policy making as it relates to everyone, for climate change is the existential crisis of our time. There is no reason that African and African American studies shouldn't be at the forefront of the ways we think about documenting and addressing these issues and concerns. And attention to something like climate change doesn't mean that we all become climate scientists or even social scientists. I think we can also be at the forefront of thinking about what humanities scholarship or interdisciplinary cultural studies has to offer our understanding and representations of the health and security of our planet. What do the novels of Octavia Butler tell us, the art installations of Lorna Simpson or the brilliant young artists Allison Janae Hamilton show us about the impact on our landscape and on our psyche? Because Harvard is the only African and African American Studies department with an art gallery for the collection and exhibition of African American and African art, it is fitting that I close with the visual. Through her installations, Allison Janae Hamilton creates worlds. And if you haven't seen her, I suggest you go to her website. She had a show here at Mass Arts, and maybe you can buy one of her works for the gallery. She's also my former student. Her lush and luscious landscapes invite you to meander through them. These are installations. It is a world of sound and sight, a world of motion, of tall green pine, of water-rooted cypress, a world where masked women walk, skip, dance, or ride on horseback, where reptilian figures inhabit the swamp and pheasant the forests, and we share it with them. She at once immerses you in both a prehistoric and a postbellum past while projecting you into a post-apocalyptic, perhaps Afrofuturistic future. Her work is fully imaginative, ethereal, and beautiful, but it's also grounded in the realities of race, history, land, economic exploitation, and the impact of climate devastation. Walking through an installation or accompanying her on river, downriver on kayak, as the films in her installation allow you to do, one engages in an act of surveying. We may not know what has come before, but we have happened upon a landscape after disaster. There is a quiet that is disquieted. There is the stillness that is haunted. A fallen tree suggests something traumatic has occurred, a storm or worse. But these are ancestral grounds. One feels their presence, evoked by the ethereal figures who appear and then disappear as we wander past a still photograph or as a filmed figure gallops by on horse. Sometimes we stumble upon the unknown, that for which we have no name. Large pink creatures flowing and folded blobs with tufts of horsehair and pearl-adorned crowns. They are like new life forms that could have emerged from the ocean's bottom or grown from the earth like fungi. Or creatures, animal heads that seem to emerge from rather than mounted upon walls, familiar yet like no animal we have seen. We bear witness to a new era of evolution. In her work, Hamilton sets us in the day after the end of the world. And in so doing, she reminds us that all new worlds sit atop the ruin of old ones. And she offers us an invitation to join her as she builds it anew, ever mindful of the history that precedes us, ever open to the possibility that awaits our making. In this world, Hamilton sets us in the day after the end of the world, reminding us that new worlds indeed do sit atop old ones. Her work serves as a material metaphor, I think, for African and African American studies in this decade. It embodies our most urgent task as we take this field through time. We should remain mindful of the history and sacrifice that has produced us, and we should be open to the sense of radical possibility in front of us, and we should be committed, as always, to the difficult project of world making, of helping to make the future a more just, and yes, indeed, a more beautiful place. Thank you. Thank you.
That was wonderful. Yeah, I gotta move this step, second step. Thanks so much, Farah, for doing this. I do, because we have just a few minutes, it would be nice if there were questions. I believe we have a microphone. I hope we have a microphone. Yes, right in the center. If we want to take a few questions, just take a couple questions before we get ready for Yasvani. I would say I don't want to take credit. I would always want to hear from Farah. But I don't want to take credit for inviting her. She was invited by our graduate students, nominated by our graduate students. The planning committee immediately says, that's a great idea. Of course we do that. Everyone was like, so thank our graduate students for that wonderful nomination. If we give it a minute for people, in case someone wants to ask a question. I don't have Skip's wonderful storytelling ability. I wish I did. But I can't resist telling just a short story about Farah. It's the great privilege of being able to serve on the Pulitzer Prize board, which Skip has served on for 9 years, and our own Daniel Allen has served on. So it's a wonderful honor to be able to do that. And a couple years ago, Kendrick Lamar won a Pulitzer Prize for his album Damn. And normally with the board, we don't really talk about, it's all confidential how we come to the decisions and everything. We nominate juries and they give us three finalists, and then the board meets and we decide who, among those 3 nominations, who should win a Pulitzer Prize in the various categories. And so in the category of music, we've had Coltrane got a special citation, various people, kind of later things, and there's been, a handful of kind of black jazz musicians who've gotten things, but very, very few, and almost everything is as close as possible to European classical music or chamber music as possible. So this was an extraordinary thing to have Kendrick Lamar win a Pulitzer Prize. And Farah was on the jury, we normally don't talk about it, but it was such an extraordinary thing. It's public knowledge, so I am not giving away any secrets. He was not among the finalists initially. There were people who put themselves forward to be nominated, but Farah nominated him on the jury. The jury went home, listened to it, because most people hadn't heard it, came back and said, yeah, let's put that forward as a finalist. And the Pulitzer board, which includes a wide range of people, including the president of Columbia, we deliberated about it, and remarkably, this almost never happens, he was chosen unanimously. And as I like to say, Kendrick Lamar owes Farah some money. Are there any questions? If not, we can move to one. Will, yes, by all means.
Thank you so much, Professor Griffin, for that truly inspirational call to action. And thank you for describing our department as the fixed and commonly brilliant, as fixed and commonly brilliant as the North Star. What do you foresee as the greatest challenges that departments of African and African American studies face? You mentioned the work that we can do intellectually that will have tremendous political significance. And you alluded to some of the resistance that we might experience in doing that work. But what explicitly do you think are the greatest challenges that departments like ours and like the one that you chair face going forward?
Right. Thank you for that, and it's good to see you. Yeah, and I thank the graduate students for nominating me. So I think that there are many challenges. One, the communities that brought us here suffer many challenges, confront many challenges, right? Continue to confront many challenges. And so I think that kind of ongoing relationship with those communities continues to be important, and it's important that we continue to keep the relationship at the forefront of what we do, even as we build these very sophisticated academic units. I also think that we are, a lot of universities are going through periods of austerity, and sometimes it's easy to kind of look at the North Star the lodestar and think that we're doing just fine. But that is not the case for many places where when administrators are looking to make some budget cuts and necessary cuts, certainly, that some of these programs are on the line. I think also, one of the reasons why I was so looking forward to this gathering is not just because it's a celebration as it should be, but that you all have organized it as an opportunity to bring folk together, right? To bring people from different departments together, to begin to celebrate that history, but also talk about what some of those challenges are, and that I think they would be best met collectively, right? That people should not feel like they're struggling only within the context of their universities, but that this is a collective struggle, and that unless we are thriving as a field, no one department is thriving alone. So that, in the short answer, that's what I think. Yeah, thank you. Yeah.
Thank you also. And the story that Professor Shelby shared about your role in the Pulitzer negotiations was a great example of you recognizing and using your power. So many times we don't recognize or use our power. So I wanted to know, how do you think that departments of African and African American studies can recognize and use their power, or give the students the idea of how to do that, or faculty members, especially in relationship to community? I found that Octavia Hudson's, some of her comments, we didn't go deep on some of that. She was calling for perhaps a different relationship with community. You just said something about that. So how can the departments or the students and the faculty use their power with relation to community?
Right, thank you. I should say about the Pulitzer, I won't take full credit for that there were other members on that committee, and we all came together. I think we sort of looked and said, oh, this is a moment. And I think that it's a good example, because what happens is one way to recognize your power is to acknowledge your presence of where you are, right? And to be able to say, oh, wait a minute, I'm sitting at the place that might be able to send forward some recommendations. This should look different because I'm sitting at this table. This should not look like what it would have looked like 50 years ago or even 10 years ago. And I might not be here tomorrow, right? But I'm here today. And so how is it going to look different and make a difference? And I think that's probably true of all the rooms that we find ourselves sitting in, or this fact that, I'm just kind of in awe that so much of the leadership of this university comes from African American studies, right? And to me, that means that people who are formed with that vision, which has always been a vision of kind of social justice and social engagement, in addition to intellectual excellence, that they will make a set of decisions, I hope, informed by that kind of background. That when we finally get access, when we finally are in the room, then we have to have the courage to say things and perhaps do things, take a risk that we would not, ordinarily would not happen in those spaces. So that's what I think. I mean, I think it's challenging. It's challenging when you're in universities that sometimes are in conflict with the communities that they find themselves, right? And will that community have someone to bear witness to their humanity and the reality of their experiences in the room where we sit? To me, that's the responsibility, right? There was a price paid to get us there, right. And that's what we're supposed to do once we are there.
And sometimes I think people feel so afraid to use their presence and recognize where they are, that they're waiting because they're trying to get to the next level, and they don't act on the power or recognize the power they have.
Well, I think what you say is of utmost importance is, to recognize the power that we do have, and to recognize that our presence in the room is powerful, right? Yes. That is a source of power, while we're there. Yeah.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Professor, for your beautiful address. I just wanted to deep dive maybe into something that Ms. Hudson also had said around two routes. Either it's building our own institutions or it's working within institutions. And I think this department is one example of working within the institutions, but there's also the work of working outside and creating our own institutions. And it's a question around how we relate to HBCUs. It's interesting to me that that's not really part of the conversation. Sometimes you might talk to all the civil rights movement leaders and they'll talk about how maybe desegregation wasn't a good thing, saying it in jest, but the point being that there's a de-emphasis on the building or the importance of our own institutions. And I wonder what we think and how we relate to the question of building our own institutions as we work within institutions like Harvard and Columbia and the Ivy Leagues in particular.
Mm-hmm. So I think that our history is one that we've always done both. That we've always both sought to transform institutions and our society, and at the same time we have built our own institutions. And I think that we can't afford the luxury of giving up one for the other, and that in fact, that there can be a relationship, a kind of organic relationship between those two things, that our own institutions can benefit from our having access and transformed these other institutions who don't look the same after we do what we're supposed to do in them, and that those institutions also can benefit from strong Black institutions as well. So I think that we do both. And in my own work, I've never taught at an HBCU, but I've always devoted my time, my resources, my talent to Black institutions, whether they be schools or community organizations. Cornell and I would run into each other at a Harvard or a Princeton on a Wednesday, and then we'd be down building freedom schools, right, with Marion Wright Edelman on Saturday. I mean, we've always done and must continue to do both. And I think it would be to our detriment not to try to do both. Right? Yeah.
Just a footnote, the history of the development of African and African American studies at historically Black schools, it represents a case of uneven development when you compare it to historically white schools. There was no reason that we all couldn't have been recruited to Howard 50 years ago, right? Except Howard didn't want to create a great center for African and African American studies. It's enormously complicated, the racial politics within historically Black schools and the study of race, or the study of, which is not the same as the study of African and African American history. So that's important to think about. I mean, it's not a pleasant history. It's enormously complicated, but Howard was busy trying to create a great medical school or sustain its nursing school or its law school, and at one time didn't think that the development of African American studies, they go, well, we do that already. And there's a film that I used to teach in Intro to Afro when Larry and Evelyn and I, oh my God, I'm just blanking. It's like called Black Like Me, but it's about the revolution in '68, when the revolutions were happening here and at Yale and all the other schools. There was a revolution at Howard too, demanding Black study. And they had such a great tradition. As you know, Tony studied with Sterling Brown. Baraka was there. Many of the gods in the field taught there, or like Du Bois at Atlanta, or had studied at Fisk. So it's all I'm saying is that it was complicated. There were choices made about what made a great Black institution great, and not that many were thinking creating a center for the study of Black people will help us to be great.
Right. I mean, I think that you're right. I think that in fact what I hear in what you're saying is the need for even deeper history of Black studies as a movement that includes, because the New York Times isn't going to put on the front page when Black students are protesting at Howard for Black studies,
right,
but that includes the struggles at those schools as well, alongside with the struggles at elite institutions. I mean, it's the kind of broad, deep history of the field that we need.
Right.
Definitely.
My other footnote is we developed, because of our friendship, we developed an informal alliance. I mean, you're absolutely right. You did call me, and, and I hope my advice helped.
Yes.
But Elizabeth Alexander built, Charles Davis and John Blaskey built the Great Center at Yale. Then it went down. Then Elizabeth Alexander came. She was my student, and we talked all the time.
Right.
And then they became a department. And of course, Val Smith is one of my closest friends. Cornell and I were close. He was running Afro-Am before Val. The point is that there was already and is already an informal network. There should be a more formalized network, but there is a National Council of Black Studies, which we never joined. Our problems seem to be of a different order than, a lot of other places. So we developed an informal network of similar kinds of departments. At Northwestern, I had very close connections with a couple people there, and Stanford.
Right.
Stanford never was going to develop African American studies, but they were going to develop ethnic studies because of their, the peculiar demographics of California.
Right.
Now, these are all rich white schools, but that's where we are. And I think it's for your generation to figure out how those alliances could be made meaningful.
Right.
But, it was hard for us to be part of a National Council of Black Studies if you had Afrocentrists saying that we weren't even really in the field because we weren't talking about Malefi. I love Malefi. We're really good friends. That we weren't talking about whatever is in Malefi's books. So, we just said, well, we're going to skip that part and go on and build what we're going to build. But I think that being non-ideological has to be the key for any great department of African and African American studies. What you can do can have ideological import. You can have a strong ideological stance yourself, but you can't have an ideological litmus test before you hire somebody. If you do, you've failed. You shouldn't be in the academy as far as I'm concerned. And that is our fundamental principle. And 3 other chairs after me have embraced that principle, and I'm very, very proud of that. I really am.
Good. Jean.
Excellent presentation. Where in the context of Afro-American studies is there presently a focus on automation, artificial intelligence, and the future of Black America? This is a heavy thing. I was at the Brookings, Skip's buddy's shop, at the Brookings Institution yesterday. Glenn Hutchins, chair of the board. And I raised the question of what is the future of Black America and the challenge of artificial intelligence as it impacts the labor process. I don't know if Bill Wilson was here, but
he's coming back.
Okay. Bill gave a talk at one of the colloquia, maybe a year or 2 ago, where he talked about all the progress the Black middle class, Black elite were making, and then he pivoted. Cornell, you were there, and said, listen, I'm terrified. I am terrified by what the future holds for Black America.
He talked about the class divide within the race.
Within the race, and the implication was, the way things are trending economically, with artificial intelligence being talked about by white people every week. And I actually buy the Wall Street Journal just to keep track of the whole AI thing. In the African American studies, there's Afro-pessimism, you got the future, right? Where is the hard materialist analysis, long game of artificial intelligence and its impact upon the labor process 10, 20 years out? And because right now, everybody is worried about the election. 10, 20 years out, the structure of this economy is going to be radically different. Where is there to discourse? Not gibberish, a lot of fancy, who's doing the hard work?
Gene, there was a conference on artificial intelligence held by Daniel Allen here at Harvard last year.
What did they say?
Yeah.
Ask Danielle.
So, I was going to say, first of all, in my discussion of being a undergraduate in the 1980s, one big missing piece was Encounters with Eugene Rivers, who was as significant to our intellectual development as anything that was happening in the classroom, giving us things to read and asking us challenging questions like that one. I don't know specifically. I was aware of Danielle Allen's conference. I would also say people like Ruha Benjamin at Princeton and my former colleague Alondra Nelson, who deal with issues of race and technology. I actually think that there needs to be more, but I do think that there are scholars who are trying to grapple with some of that. And what I'm hearing, and this is just kind of thinking on the fly, one of the things I'm hearing that perhaps it would be really extraordinary for us to do collectively as we try to organize is to have a series of colloquia around these issues. And it wouldn't have to be colloquia just that's only sponsored by Harvard, but that is sponsored by the collective around a series of questions that need to be addressed, and this could be one of them. But I mean, I think that would be in addition to the lecture series that we all have, a kind of collective series of colloquia addressing urgent issues like the one that you raised. So thank you for challenging me again, Gene. You've been doing it since 1981.
I'd like to add someone to the list, and it kind of comes full circle. Ernest J. Chico Wilson, who chaired the ad hoc committee of Black Studies students here after Tom Williamson graduated in spring of '68. Tom Williamson, Rhodes Scholar, blah, 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 recently deceased. Chico is at USC, and I saw him at the reception following the memorial service for Martin Kilson, sorry. And Chico told me that that's one of the areas that he's working in now, is digital, the so-called digital divide, digital stuff in Africa, because he's at heart an Africanist. So that's, I'm sure we can add to the list. But the other two things were the question of the relationships between so-called rich white universities, African American studies programs, and HBCUs. There's a contribution that HBCUs have made, and they're just two quick, unsystematically derived examples. One is Tommy Shelby, who graduated from Florida A&M University in my hometown. And the other is Ibram Zendi, the author of, How to Be an Anti-Racist. And then there are people who did their undergraduate work at Howard, who are going to some of these white schools, getting doctorates, writing books. So it's not just a one way. Yeah. Yep. Yep.
Right.
Or Florida State, and then FAMU. And then Temple. Yeah, he's.
Okay, that's it. Okay, is that the last one? I've been told that's the last question. So thank you all so much.
One last round of applause for Farah Jasmine Griffin. So I'd like to invite my dear colleague, Ingrid Monson. Ingrid is, of course, not only the chair of the music department, she is the Quincy Jones Professor of African American Music and Professor of African and African American Studies. Ingrid.
Well, you're in for a real treat. It's my great honor to introduce Yosvani Terry to you. Since 2015, he has been director of the Harvard Jazz Bands and a senior lecturer in the Department of Music, teaching courses on Art Blakey, jazz, Cuban musical traditions, and West African music. His artistry as a saxophonist, visionary composer, and shekere master deeply inspires anyone who comes into contact with him, and we are deeply thankful to have him as part of our Harvard community. Born into a musical family in Camagüey, Cuba, Terry first learned from his father, Don Pancho Terry, a violinist and shekere player, who led the group Maravilla de Florida, one of Cuba's most respected charanga bands. Terry began playing the saxophone in his teens, adding it to his previous studies of violin, piano, and Cuban percussion. He studied classical music at Cuba's prestigious National School for the Arts in Havana, graduating in 1990. In that same year, he won first place in Cuba's national saxophone competition. By 1995, he was teaching at the Stanford Jazz Workshop and moved to the United States in 1999. Yosvani's stature as a leading jazz artist has been recognized by the Doris Duke Fellowship he received in 2015. He received a Grammy nomination for his album New Throned King in 2014, and he's well known for his collaborations with leading artists such as Gonzalo Rubalcaba, Steve Coleman, Rufus Reid, Vijay Iyer, Jeff Tain Watts, Eddie Palmieri, and Gerald Clayton. As a composer, Terry has been commissioned by Harlem Stage, the Yerba Buena Festival, the Jerome Foundation, and the Ford Foundation. His latest album is called Ancestral Memories and features French pianist Baptiste Trintignant, his brother Junior Terry on bass, and drummer Jeff Tain Watts. Today, Yosvani will be joined by his brother Junior on bass, Manolo Mayarina on vocals, Julian Miltenberger on percussion, and Osmani Paredes on piano. They will provide a musical journey through the African diaspora featuring the rhythms of Ochosi, the divine hunter from the Yoruba religion, and follow them as they travel to the New World and interact with the people of the Caribbean and North America. Please join me in welcoming Yosvani Terry.
Ejiko suya inkumba. Safalum me hueso falum me. Kutu tole. Safalu Gen. Safalu Yunaho, Safalu Yunofo. Intato afio na humi, ofotu kalorisa na lumi. Ena maya inga inkumba, ena lumi emisele. Emi Safalu, awanyanto de don. Emi Safalu, bobo kututoma no yusoro berimiuso emisele. Emi Safalu, anyahanya. Emi Safalu behokame. Emi Safalu osobrivese. Emi Safalu Seguilón Denise. Emi Safalu Basilia León Charles. Emi Safalu Yo Amo. Emi Safalu Joel Terry. Una mano a Yantan, una mano a Setón, una mano a Okwey. Bari Benkama.
Wow.
Bari Benkama.
Wow.
Beson cañoso o así.
Ya yo.
Beson cañoso o así.
Ya yo.
Bari Benkama.
Wow.
Benkama.
Wow.
Beson cañoso o así.
Ya yo.
Beson cañoso o así.
Ya yo.
Automaseroma, automaserome fo, automaserome fo, automaserome fo, automaseroma, automaserome fo, automaserome fo, automaserome fo, automaseroma, automaserome fo. Yarabia, kuna yarabia, kuna yarabia, kuna yarabia, yarabia, kuna yarabia, kuna yarabia, kuna yarabia, yarabia, kuna yarabia. Kuna yarabia. Ojo sí, ojo sí, ojo sí, ojo sí. Ojo sí, mami, guara, guara, oke, oke. Ojo sí, mami, guara, guara, oke, oke. Ojo sí, mami, guara, guara, oke, oke. Ojo sí, mami, guara, guara, oke, oke.
Ocho se mami guara guara, okay okay. Ocho se mami guara guara, okay okay.
Ojo sí, mami, guara, guara, oke, oke. Ojo sí, mami, guara, guara, oke, oke.
Ocho se mami guara guara, okay okay. Ocho se mami guara guara, vera vera.
Ocho sí, mami, guara, guara, oke, oke. Ocho sí, mami, guara, guara, oke, oke.
Ocho sí, ahí lo da, mala mala usted. Ocho sí mami guara guara, usted lo ve.
Ocho sí, mami, guara, guara, oke, oke. 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 Ocho sí,
Mami guara guara, okay okay. Ocho se mami guara guara, okay okay. Mata,
y van la donde fa,
te 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 mata,
y van la
te mata,
agua lérico folla, agua lérico folla, agua lérico folla, agua lérico
te mata,
y van la donde fa, y van la donde fa, y van la donde fa,
te mata,
y van la donde fa, agua lérico folla, agua lérico folla. Agua lérico folla, agua lérico
te mata,
y va al lado de fa, y va al lado de fa,
te mata,
y va al lado de fa,
te mata,
al lado de
yo
fa,
sí te mata,
y va al lado de fa,
te mata,
y va al lado de fa,
te mata,
y va al lado de fa,
te mata,
y va al lado de fa. ilere, ilere, ilere okuwo, ilere, ilere, ilere okuwo, ilere, ilere, ilere okuwo, ilere, ilere, ilere okuwo.
Ogun karanga, 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 ay, 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 karanga, karanga, Ogun karanga, 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 ay, 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 karanga, karanga,
Ilere, ilere, ilere okuwo, ilere, ilere, ilere okuwo, ilere, ilere, ilere okuwo, ilere, ilere, ilere okuwo.
Ogun karanga, 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 ay, 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 karanga, karanga, Ogun karanga, 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 ay, 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 karanga, karanga,
Ilere, ilere, ilere okuwo, ilere, ilere, ilere okuwo, ilere, ilere, ilere okuwo, ilere, ilere, ilere okuwo. Ilere, ilere, ilere okuwo, ilere, ilere, ilere okuwo, ilere, ilere, ilere okuwo, ilere, ilere, ilere okuwo.
Aquel que más fino sea, responde si llamo yo. En esta tierra mulata de África y español, de Santa Bárbara de un lado, del otro lado Changó, siempre falta algún abuelo cuando nos sobra Gardón. Y hay título de Castilla con pariente de Bondó. Vale más callarse, amigo, y no menear la cuestión, porque venimos de lejos y andamos de dos en dos. Y aquí el que más fino es, responde si llamo yo. Cucututunata, woba, weye, eutona, weye, eutona, weye.
Kutukutuna sae, eutona kweye.
Eutona, weye, eutona, weye.
Kutukutuna sae, eutona kweye. Kutukutuna sae, eutona kweye.
Eutona, weye, eutona, weye.
Kutukutuna sae, eutona kweye.
Cucututuna y toi, huevere, y que huere, y te huere.
Kutukutuna ito iwewere.
Y te huere, y te huere.
Kutukutuna ito iwewere.
Y te huere, y te huere.
Kutukutuna ito iwewere.
Y te huere, y te huere.
Kutukutuna ito iwewere.
Y te huere, y te huere. Night,
Thank you very much to Sheldon and the unique Kuumba Choir. Thank you to Tommy Shelby, Ingrid Bonson, Senor Gates, and everybody that came to celebrate this important achievement for our community. It's been 50 years. It's been 50 years of fight, but here we are. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Yosvani Terry. And Kumba, Amanalo, Julian, Asmani, and Union. I'm extremely grateful to all of you, my esteemed colleagues, students, alumni, guests, and of course our founders for coming together to commemorate so deeply, so richly, so beautifully this celebratory milestone. I just want to invite you all to now join us at the Hutchins Center to viewing art exhibit Student Activism and the Birth of Afro-American Studies at Harvard, curated by Dale Hamilton. And there's a reception on the 3rd floor of the Hutchins Center. And the exhibit itself is in the Rudenstine gallery named in honor of President Neil Rudenstine. That'll occur from 6 to 7 o'clock. It's on 104 Mount Auburn Street in Harvard Square. There's a map in your program. For those of you who are walking to the reception, as you walk out, you'll see staff out there that can help lead the way. And for those who prefer a ride, we do have a shuttle bus parked on Quincy Street, and there are staff out there to direct you toward it as well. It holds 40, and it will do a loop for those who need a ride in a later. But before we head over, and remind you that we all are, I hope, meeting in the morning. Tomorrow's program will start at 9 o'clock. It's in Cy Auditorium at CGIS South. That's at 1730 Cambridge Street. Again, refer to the map in your program for directions. Again, very grateful to you all. Looking forward to seeing you all over at the reception. I should let you know that the Cooper Gallery is actually open until 7 o'clock for those who would like to see that wonderful space. And I will see you all in the morning. Thank you.